I don't know. It is 6:33, and I'll call to order the Tuesday, June 2nd, 2025 Board of Education meeting for Groveport, Madison Local School District. Before we go any further, I would like to do a moment of silence for Miss Olivia Chandler and her mother, Shalimar Green. So if everyone could take a moment of silence, that would be great. We now move on to item number 2 under the opening items, Treasurer Pro Tem. Does anybody volunteer to be the treasurer?
I'll be happy to do if you'd like.
Okay, I move that Mr. Kirshner be appointed the President Pro Tem for the June 2nd, 2026 Board of Education regular meeting and perform the duties of the treasurer during the meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
You made the motion, and who seconded, please?
Deanna.
Deanna made the motion. And
No, Kathy made the motion. Ms. Herbert seconded.
But
Thank
you
you.
did say for President Pro Tem.
I made the motion.
Yeah, but you said President Pro Tem instead of.
Oh, I'm sorry. Treasurer Pro Tem. Thank you, Ashley. Treasurer Pro Tem.
Ashley first, Deanna second.
Correct.
Thank you.
No, it was Kathy that made the motion, and then Deanna seconded is what happened, because you said, I recommend that he accept, but instead of saying Treasurer Pro Tem, Kathy, you said President. Ashley was just correcting what you
Correct
said.
the motion to be the Treasurer Pro Tem.
Right, so the first is you, and the second is Deanna.
Correct.
He said Ashley.
Thank you.
You get the roll call.
Yep. Call the roll, please. Latoya?
Aye.
Ashley?
Aye.
Deanna?
Aye.
Kathy?
Aye.
And aye. Passes unanimously. All right, now for the
To item number 3, roll call.
roll call. Latoya?
Here.
Ashley?
Here.
Deanna?
Here.
Kathy?
Here.
And John, we're all here.
If we could all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. The Pledge of Allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
on to item 5, adoption of the agenda. I move that the Board of Education approve the agenda.
I'll second. I move to amend tonight's agenda under section C to include the following items. C3, second reading of policy IGCGR. C4, first reading of policy IGCG. C5, Groveport Madison Local School District Board of Education resolution regarding applications, questionnaires, and alternate board representation for the Parent Voice Committee and Student Voice Committee. And C6, discussion and action item to cancel the June 9th, July 7th, and August 11th Board of Education meetings.
Thank you, ma'am. So moved.
Do I have a second?
So moved. Second.
Latoya.
Yep.
Actually, no, this one.
So item C3 becomes the reading of IGCR and IGCG.
No, it's mapped out. C3 is second reading of policy IGCG-R. C4 is the first reading of policy IGCG.
Thank
And it's on the paper she passed
Yep.
down to everyone.
Thank you. And then the motion to change the regular meeting schedule is,
That's all. She made the motions for everything, all of those, which is
Alright.
C6.
so that is also C3, Ashley?
No, the C6.
C6, thank you. Got it. Thank you. So we're adding C3 to C6 before the consent agenda.
Does anybody have any questions or concerns?
I would like to move executive session to C7 prior to.
So we have a motion on the table, so are you moving to amend the motion that's on the
Yes,
table?
I move to amend the agenda.
The agenda motion is that we already have a motion to amend the agenda.
Uh-huh.
So are you making a motion to amend the amendment?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
to add item C7, or to move, I should say executive session to item C7 prior to the consent agenda.
Yeah, because we normally would have it as a separate section. So I would say it would D and then consent agenda would move to E.
That would be fine. Thank you.
I'll second.
Could you restate your motion, please?
Yes, we are moving the I move that we move the executive session to the current place of item D, and then subsequently move the other items down the agenda.
Okay, so does everybody understand the motion to amend the amendment?
Yeah.
You do roll call on the motion to amend the amendment.
All right, we'll call the roll on the second amendment.
John, just for clarification, we're keeping all of my items and just moving executive session, just for clarification.
We're just voting on yours first. There we go. All right. For Ashley's motion.
No, I meant like,
That's fine.
Yeah, if you were amending her, then
You're
add
amending,
yours onto her.
We're just going to do one roll call for both amendments, correct?
that's what
no,
I'm clarifying.
the motion is to amend Ashley's motion by adding
Okay.
D.
Got it.
By moving executive session to prior to C, right?
All right. So we have a amended motion to Ashley's motion.
Well, first, we're gonna vote on this, John, so could you do
Go ahead.
roll call?
Go ahead, Kathy.
You can do roll call to amend the amendment.
All right. Are we prepared to do that?
Oh, yeah.
Yes. All right. Latoya Dattleberger.
Can we not just do one amendment for all of it versus multiple votes?
No, you have to make a motion to amend the amendment. And then we will, because you made that motion, it was seconded. Now he's making a motion to amend your motion. That's the proper procedure.
The way you read it was as if my items were not going to be included, and you said executive
But
session before C, when he
you're-
said, please let me speak.
I have a solution. I move to accept the agenda as presented with both amendments. I make that motion.
Well, that's out of order.
Is executive session before C or D is all I'm trying to
Yes, all
clarify,
right.
because you said D, John, and Kathy said C.
All right.
So which,
So the,
President has called that out of order. Please, Kathy, call the roll as you see fit. We are,
we're doing a vote to amend Ashley's amendment motion to add, to move executive session prior to all the board items. So now the board items will go down to C, D, and the executive session will be C.
John had said to
that
move the
clear?
executive session to D, not C, which is what I
That
was
is correct.
clarifying.
Yep, he did.
Correct.
So are you
Executive
amending
session-
his emotion or are you correcting what you just stated?
You were asking for it to be moved before the consent
Yes,
agenda.
it's in,
Which is C. Oh, I'm sorry.
Space.
Which
So
is
you're
D.
talking
it's in
right
space
C.
D, and then everything else will roll down. Thank
Yes,
you.
that's correct. Sorry. So his agenda will be C, and then we'll have D will be executive session, and then E will be the consent agenda.
Correct. That
So
is the
the
amendment.
motion
That
is
is
to
the
amend
amended
that
motion.
to add E, and D and E. Can you do roll call?
Latoya?
Aye.
Ashley?
Aye.
Deanna?
Aye.
Kathy?
Aye.
And aye. Right. Now we are doing roll call to approve the agenda unless there are any other changes.
So we're doing roll call to approve the amendment to the agenda.
All right. Roll call to approve the amendment to the agenda. Latoya?
Aye.
Ashley?
Aye.
Deanna?
Aye.
Kathy?
Aye.
And aye.
And now you'll make a motion to do roll call on approving the agenda. Because we now have an amended
All
agenda.
right.
Thank you.
So we are now going to approve the agenda unless there are any other recommended changes. Thank you. Latoya?
Aye.
Ashley?
Aye.
Deanna?
Aye.
Kathy?
Aye.
And aye. All right.
We'll now move on to public participation. The guidelines for public participation. A public participation will be conducted in accordance with board policy. B, speakers must state their name and any group they represent. C, speakers are limited to 3 minutes each. D, comments must be directed through the chair. E, public participation is for comment only and may not be used to name district employees. F, the total public participation period is limited to 30 minutes unless extended by board vote. All meetings of the Board of Education and appointed committees are open to the public. We have 2 public participants. First, we have Miss Rachel Owens.
Good evening. My name is Rachel Owens. I'm here tonight on behalf of all of the students in the Groveport Madison School District. I'm a lifelong Groveport resident, a Groveport Madison graduate, a parent of 2 GM students, and an ELA teacher at Middle School South. I want to speak to you this evening to encourage you to please consider what is best for students when making budget cuts and discussing cost-saving measures. Cutting positions that are student-facing and that directly impact the education of Groveport Madison students will be detrimental to the district. Specifically, if you're discussing cutting
Next, we have Jane Deckard.
Jane Deckard, and I represent me, myself, and I. I would like to address cost-saving measures that is on the board docs tonight. While I would never wish for anyone to lose their job, I do have some opinions, especially since it is so late in the year for hiring. I have again heard rumors of Title I cuts, guidance counselor, social worker cuts, and anything that isn't legally required. Are all the administration and assistants legally required? When you are considering cost-saving measures, you must consider what affects the least amount of students and also address where weaknesses have been shown in state testing. Students in elementary school are building the foundation for the rest of the educational years. They are the base of the triangle, the legs of the table. K2 ELA is one of our weak areas. Therefore, cutting title teachers would be a great disservice to elementary students. If the thoughts are that high dosage tutoring can take its place, have you looked at these lessons? Some don't have many lessons, and some lessons are just not worthwhile. I know, I taught some. How are we to build a reading foundation to pass state tests without this intervention? If your thoughts are, oh, the classroom teacher can do it, you haven't been in an elementary classroom for a significant period of time. Behavior issues, trying to teach gifted, high, average, at risk, low struggling, and any inclusion special ed students is not realistic and not humanly possible. Ever wonder why so many teachers are on anxiety meds? In this atmosphere, we also need to have our counselors and social workers because mental health is so important to learning. Please consider very carefully any cost-saving measures and think about the number of students it affects. And maybe not paying $5,000 for a survey of teachers would be cost-saving. Thank you.
Thank you to both our participants. On to item C, board items, new business. Subject 1, evaluation of superintendent and treasurer as a discussion item. So I placed this item on the agenda because evaluations are one of the board's responsibilities. And I thought it would be helpful to begin discussing what process we may want to use going forward. I'm not seeking action. This is just discussion, but my goal is simply to start a conversation and make sure all board members are included in the process. I'm looking at evaluation models. I've looked at a couple. One was the Ohio Department of Education Superintendent Evaluation System, and the other was a model used by the Columbus City Schools. Both are similar, but the Columbus City School used the OD, the Ohio Department of Education System, but they added a rubric, so I like that. So tonight, I'm not. I just want us to start thinking about it, put it on the next agenda with some feedback from the board members on what they're looking at, what they think, what the superintendent and treasurer would think, so we can work together and get this long task completed. And
So with it being a discussion and you had already done some review, is there anything you want to prepare and share with the board? Because I know in the past what we've always have used, so it sounds like we do have 2 new board members here. Do you have the items that you reviewed? Will you be sending that out to the board?
so we have used the Ohio Department of Education Superintendent Evaluation System in the past.
No, it's OSBA. It's OSBA's
was-
evaluation is I just pulled it up. It's OSBA actually. So
I think that one was the one I was looking at was designing coordination with the Ohio School Board Association, but I'll double check that.
Yeah,
So your input is valuable, and I know that I have not received a copy of the last evaluation that we did. So if I could have that sent to all board members, either by the superintendent, that'd be great. So they have that in probably the 23, 24, because we do have 2 new board members, and I think it would be helpful. Both, I'm not sure if those were all the same, because from 22, 23 to 23, 24, I know the form changed between those 2 years. So I think if we get all on the same page and start talking about what meeting we will do that, I assume it'll be like a work session type meeting would be the best way. But if we can we'll put it on the agenda and share this. I'll share the 2 documents I have, of course, with the rest of the board, and they can do their own research and look at different options. I think it would be helpful.
and just to provide context for our 2 new board members, we have 2 human capital managers on the team, and at the time I was the only one, so I did reformat our Board of Education evaluation system for the superintendent to read more corporate-like and reformat it. So there is a asterisk on the one that says reformatted by GMLES BOE, which there was consensus for those board members that did attend to reformat that. So when you see that, that's listed. And this was sent out by former President Bauer prior to his departure to all board members.
Could you clarify who those 2 human capital members were, please? Is that what you
I'm saying our background, so that we Miss Deanna Herbert is a HR chief as well as myself, having the
Correct.
HR background to then make the modifications needed to ensure the evaluation aligns with more corporate and upcoming the standards that are currently out there. Because the way it read is kind of dated a little bit, and so we just reformatted so it read a little bit differently to align with the evaluation system. And I also verified with OSBA. So, and our legal counsel.
And you'll share the OSBA model you're talking about also, right?
You have all that from last year, but I'll refind it again when it was sent to you.
Can we share it again with all board members? Thank you. Were there any other questions?
With changing the evaluation, are you wanting to also revisit the policy we have in place? And if yes, do you want that to go to the policy committee for public input as well as staff input?
I think that would be an excellent idea. I personally like to see, and what I've seen in the past is that the superintendent's evaluation aligns more closely with the typical administration evaluations with the same type of ratings, so that we have cohesion between the different offices. Typically, what I've seen, and I think what is typical, is each board member provides some type of rating, whereas I think some of the last ones have turned more into a narrative and with less measurable items for goals and improvements, etc. I'd like to see something a little more typical, I guess I would say, but a little more measurable. I think that's one of the things that I pulled from seeing not this immediate last one in November, but the prior was there were goals, but there weren't really what task conditions, standards, timelines, etc. So I think some of the more standard forms might provide better formatting. And I do think it would be great for the policy committee to get feedback on that, look at some models, and maybe come back with some ideas.
I'm looking at, let's see which one, the treasurer's evaluation from last year, because I asked both Jamie and Adam for it, so I actually do have copies of both of their last evaluations. And looking at it, it looks very well managed and thought out. It's actually quite detailed if you're looking at it, so I would recommend reviewing the last evaluation completed before we change anything that's in place personally.
And they are mirrored to be exact, so that when you see Mr. Groups, it will align with that. We do that intentionally to ensure that both of our personnel that report to this body has the same infrastructure for their evaluation system.
So would the rest of the board like to set a date to review and come to a consensus and
I don't
revisit
think we need
this?
to set a date if you haven't looked at the last evaluation to see if anything needs to be changed. That seems redundant to set a date if you haven't seen the evaluation. You should review it before you make a decision. Just my personal opinion.
I agree.
Well, that can be done before the meeting, of course. That would be part of the process.
But you haven't looked at it to see if you want to change anything. So why schedule a meeting that might not be necessary? It's a waste of time.
So then do you want to use that evaluation form actually? Is that what you're saying? I mean,
I'm
I could
okay with
review
that
it before
evaluation
a meeting.
form.
We need to set a date for the evaluation. We have to do that work session, and we should do it twice a year. So we're at the halfway mark, and it would be a good time to put that on the schedule.
Don't we have a work session that is supposed to include Mr. PG or whatever that guy's name is? It's
Can you
supposed to be
repeat
being
that? The captions aren't clear on what you're saying. Please?
Don't we have a work session supposed to be in the works with Mr. Fiji or Fuji, whatever the guy's name is?
We have no, we don't have one yet. We're scheduling that. Look at dates. He's supposed to be here on June 9th. That's what our agenda prep was for.
So that's our second work session that we're supposed to have.
Yes, and he's going to be here to explain what we need. But that work session with the meeting with Fuji is not for a superintendent's evaluation. The meeting with Mr.
I
Fuji,
understand that. I'm saying we
is
should not
for-
have a meeting to discuss a superintendent or
sorry.
treasurer evaluation until you look at the evaluation. You can't comment on something you have not seen.
I've seen multiple ones. If it's the same as what we used in the past, that's fine. We still have to set a time to discuss how we're going to do it, what information. Do you know what information was gathered?
Okay,
before
then
the
let's just go
evaluation
ahead and
was
do a
done?
roll call.
Miss,
I think we should table this for another time. We have some time sensitive, more urgent matters that we need to be resolving, that we should be focused on.
For clarification, we have a policy meeting scheduled before I'll get to this later, but the end of the month. Do you or do you not want us to look at this time?
I think we should table it until we get some of the other matters that we have on our plate resolved.
I agree.
table until what time? I mean, there's no action item right now on there to table, so that if the board is saying they don't want to work on the superintendent's evaluation, we need to gather data, and we need to not only look at the evaluation process, but part of the process is what data we gather so that we can do the evaluation.
Well, me personally, I'm not speaking for the board, I'm speaking for myself. I know we're in a staffing crisis and we have budget reductions to consider, so I would think that's more important at this moment to focus on, and then we can revisit the discussion on the evaluation of the superintendent is what I'm saying.
And I concur. I was going to say the same thing. It's not that the board or myself personally does not want to do the superintendent evaluation, but we do have an employment crisis that we've kind of kicked down the road a little bit as a board. We've had opportunities to meet with staff and we did not. So I think we should focus on that, and based off of the budget that came from the state, that has kind of put every school district in the state in the situation to make cuts that we really, really, really don't want to.
So we could revisit it in September, August. Do you have any suggestions?
I think we can just discuss that at a later time. Right now, we can move forward with the agenda. So we have folks here. I would like to make sure that our folks that are here, we get to those items, especially with moving executive session to D. So since it's a discussion item, we can discuss it at the next meeting, but right now we need to get through this. We're spending a lot of time with not even having any substantial recommendations for you to even have added this to the agenda without providing any of the examples that you mentioned. So I'm with Deanna if we can move forward, ma'am.
Yeah, and honestly, that's the purpose of our committees, is to help gather data and expedite these things, so we're not spending time in these meetings doing that. And I was just asking for clarification if it's okay for us to do that, since the committee acts on the bequest of the board. If it's okay, we can address, or at least look at that and gather information at our policy committee meeting at the end of the month and save the board time.
I'm not sure what you mean by gather, but that's why I think that's where Deanna and I would say I am at, as far as just saying let's just pause on all of it, including the policy piece, until we're ready to move forward. I think Ashley's already stated, until you've actually reviewed what's already been done, we really kind of should halt for a second and focus on these other matters that are more pressing.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Any other comments on the treasurer or superintendent evaluations? All right, we'll move on to item number 2, cost saving measures. This is a discussion item that the treasurer requested be put on the agenda, and he sent an email regarding the district financial outlook, the needs for cost saving measures. And since the treasurer is not present tonight, I do believe the board can have a meaningful discussion regarding specific reductions and recommendations. However, I don't believe we can have a discussion meaningful, but I do believe we can discuss what information the board needs moving forward and the process for evaluating any future recommendations.
Could you repeat that, please?
Yes, I said, I do not believe the board can have a meaningful discussion regarding specific reductions and recommendations. However, I do believe we can discuss what information the board needs from the treasurer and the superintendent moving forward, and the process for evaluating any future recommendations.
So I think the first thing, and I don't know, Jamie, I would yield to you on this part from a human capital management standpoint. Our vacancies that we have, where are they? So the first thing, so we're not like cutting where we can, look at attrition and then just look at what areas that is in versus it being student facing or not. That would be very good to have a really solid human capital report. Also with projections on retirements. Do we have anyone eligible for retirement? Anyone speaking about retirement, planning on it? That is a very good starting point to look at. And I know, since it's a discussion, when looking at our cash flow and some of the things, I know we've spent so much money on facilities, and I'm just going to say it burns my bridges that we didn't get that levy for some buildings, because that would have we would have kind of alleviated some of that cost. So now we're going to look at not only we've got to cut back, but we have buildings that we're going to have to keep patching because that levy did not pass. And we don't even know if that money will come back around to us, but just kind of want to put that out there for record and keep that in mind for all of our community, that we also have buildings that are aging and, falling apart, and where we're trying to patch things where we could have had some other options. But that was the other thing I wanted to mention, looking at just over time, because I did reach out to Mr. Collier and looked at, facility stuff and But the big thing is that human capital report. And if you need anything, I'm pretty sure myself or Ms. Herbert would be more than willing to assist until the incoming is present to assist you pull that report, sir.
That last part came across as that you and Deanna would be willing to assist until the incoming present to assist. Could you clarify?
Yes, I was mentioning Mr. Grube, the report, the human capital report I was speaking of regarding open vacancies, pending folks that may be looking at retirement, that if he needed any assistance until the incoming human capital director is here, we would more than willing assist him if he needs any assistance with our HR system pulling that report. You good, John? I know you're treasurer pro tem, so I want to make sure you're good. You good, John? Did you get me? Was it good? I know you're trying to take notes. That's why I was like, I'm looking to see if you were okay. Thanks.
I will add, when I was on the board before, the cost of an individual bus route was $55,000, and I know it's substantially more than that now. I also know that when you take areas like Independence Village, for some reason, we're now busing out of that area to all 3 different middle schools, and I believe that one of the lowest hanging fruits right now is potential inefficiency of our transportation systems. And part of that is also busing kids away from their school and across town. And I think one of the first things we should be looking at is aligning the students with their neighborhood schools and transporting in ways that make sense and don't create tons of overlap and buses pulling in with just a handful of kids on them. That costs this district a lot of money. And when I was on the board before, when we looked at routes, I found, 2 different buses going down Marwick. And I just said, why are 2 different buses going down Marwick? And being cha-ching, there's $55,000. And so I think transportation and what we're paying for transportation, which is a really big number these days, is something we should look at where we can provide, I believe, better service for our students, where possibly they're not being, families being split, neighborhoods being split unnecessarily. And I hope we can have a good look at that and see if there isn't a way to save money for the taxpayers while improving transportation for the students.
2 parts. First is to the superintendent. Is there a reason, or are you aware of any instances where we've modified bus routes inefficiently, or reasons why we may have exceptions to why certain kids are going to certain schools? Is it a capacity issue?
So our current bus routes, and I hate to give the answer, that's the way we've always done it, but our current bus routes were established before I came to the district, and this is my 8th year. I think it was significantly before that. And if you look at the patterns, I don't know if it made sense at the time, but it doesn't make a lot of sense now. So I would concur with what Mr. Kirshner is saying, is that there's an inefficiency of the routes. The other problem that we have is with small elementary schools, there's not a lot of range when you get low numbers or high numbers if you only have 2 or 3 sections for a grade level. And so you could have a student who moves in for the first day of school and there's no room at 3rd grade in the building across the street. And so then we're busing that student to another school. That causes a lot of inefficiency with those intra-district shuttles as well. Realistically, making significant, I think there are things we can do and we continue to work on to improve efficiency that we could do for next year. But I think some of the biggest changes that if the board wants to have discussion about this would be for the following year, which is also the time when our current contract, because right now we're kind of locked into a cost structure and a certain number of routes. So again, we're trying to be as efficient as possible, but if we're going to make significant changes, that could impact either a contract or however we provide transportation in the future. And I think there could be significant savings there.
So to point of clarification, I think I know the contract. I believe the contract is per route and does not guarantee them a specific number of routes.
No, it's a specific. It's a total number of routes at a certain dollar amount.
So you're saying even if we change walking distance, realign schools for students to get to the school in their area, that we don't have the power because of our contract to make efficiency changes under its current.
We could check with legal, but that would be my understanding, is that we're paying a flat rate for a set number of routes at this time.
So I would like that, because I've read the contract. I want to make sure my reading comprehension is okay. I want to, if we can, double check that with with legal, because I think I know we have a per route cost, and I would like to know. It doesn't seem possible to lock in a specific number, because if we have growth, they're going to have to add a route. Are they contractually bound to not add a route, or is it a minimum?
No, it was a minimum. And again, I'm going from recollection, but that's my understanding.
Okay, thank you.
The second part, and this is just something I want the board as a body to consider, and the superintendent as well. My personal experience is being bused 40 minutes away from my neighborhood over to Independence. I grew up on the southeast side of Columbus, and the reason that they bused us all the way over to Independence was to make sure that schools was more integrated and that experiences and exposure of students.
Yes.
So when we say keeping people in their neighborhoods, it's true. And I just want to make sure we understand the importance of the overall school experience.
Yeah, and I would also add that since that time, we have definitely we've become more of a melting pot. So I think some of that has been, the population has rectified itself.
Yeah, but it's more, it's like, economic status, it's demographics, it's all types of things, making sure we just have a good mixture of students and not, overly saturated with only one type of student. I think it's very important for kids to be exposed with the world that they'll actually be living in.
And I know, Jamie, just if I recall correctly, right before maybe it was your first year, second year superintendent, as we had our enrollment, we kind of sent letters, unless you were at a certain level in that building, to redirect those students to their feeder school. So that practice has still been happening where it could correct. So that is one measure that's already been in place, because I wanted to make sure it's clear for the public that it's not that we haven't been efficient with our intra facility or intra districting. It was based off of space, but we ensured, even when it was that hard decision for someone who may be in second or third grade and they were at a school that wasn't their feeder school, letters were sent home to parents to try to get everybody back in the school that kind of connects, so those routes were efficient, right?
I would also add, I'm sorry.
So the answer to that is yes. We told families that according to board policy, your home school, the one closest to you, is a school where you should try to go as much as possible. I will tell you that last year, and I don't know if it's gone out yet, just recently or will be going out, we allowed some students by geography to help us reduce some of our imbalance in buildings. And so let's say it was a case where, if every student in the middle school central attendance area went to middle school central it would be far beyond capacity and we would have to overflow to other buildings anyhow. So we looked at students and geographically where they were to other buildings, and we allowed them to go to the closer building where we would have had to have overflowed students to anyhow to help us naturally balance that. And when the letter that's going out is allowing them to stay there this year, again, because our current boundary lines don't necessarily also make sense from the number of students in the boundary area. Of course, the number of students who live in a particular boundary changes over time with new home and people moving in and things like that. So there's always a balancing that we try to do when we're trying to let geography drive some of that. That back to Deanna's example, if there are some kids in the northern end of the district and we have room at north and not at central, and for whatever reason it was assigned that area had gone to central, we've allowed some of those families to make a choice to go to the closer school to try to help us.
Were you correct in what you said? Did you mean to say middle school north, or did you really mean to say middle school central?
So middle school central would have far too many students to attend if all the students in the boundary went there, and so we have to overflow to other buildings.
So the radius of middle school central has a higher student population than the radius of middle school north?
I believe so, yes. And keep in mind, middle school north was, I'll say, artificially increased in size because we did at one point gifted services were in Sedalia and middle school
Right.
north. And so kids from all over the district were artificially bused to middle school north into Sedalia, which is why the modulars were added in Sedalia. And then when you balanced it out with the current boundaries, actually it made central overcrowded.
But when we looked, when we were going through the building process and the schools were evaluated, middle school central was actually listed as the least utilized of its space. Does that make sense? Because that's our old high school. It has pretty substantial capacity. But who was it that did this? Was it not
Cropper.
Cropper?
And,
Yeah. If you look at
several,
that, they
yeah.
actually said that building of our middle schools was the least utilized. So that may actually be an example. The other thing I was going to state is we made the somewhat unprecedented change of a walking distance of only a half a mile. And I think that might work in Blackbook Estates in some areas, but I think that also is something that can be looked at, because obviously that creates busing situations we have never had before, because it's never been that few hundred yards. So that's another opportunity or issue that we could look at, is that we only have currently a half-mile walk, which is a quarter of what the state allows. So.
Did you have anything else? Yeah.
May I state something?
Yeah.
I think something we can do right now that's an issue in our district is making sure that households go to one school and do not get separated. It's an ongoing issue. Multiple parents experience it. I have the issue right now with my own kids going to 2 different schools. They are working to fix it, but that right there, busing 2 kids from one home to 2 different schools, it's stupid, just to be honest. So there's things we can do right now that will save money, that does not possibly break a contract, that we could take the time and effort to review to make sure our homes are not being split, because a lot of people don't know they can speak up and get their kids to the same school.
Yeah.
It was also brought up at the parent advisory committee last year or the year before that they are plenty of people with that same issue.
Yeah, it also affects the kids' social life when you're on the same block with your friends and they're not going to school with you. That's creates less opportunity, I believe.
So I think it sounds like we all agree transportation needs to be looked at as a possible cost savings.
That's not transportation, that's your homeschool. Those are 2 different things. It's making sure our students are being placed in the correct schools versus anything to do with transportation.
So
I guess I misunderstood, Ashley. Could you clarify? I thought you were saying that, I thought you were addressing the kids that are walking out the front door of one home going
No,
to two
I'm
different
saying if
schools.
we look at the homes and where the students are enrolled, if we work at the district service center, us ourselves, do the work to evaluate where the kids are being placed and make sure they're being placed with their siblings, we will save money.
Thank you.
And then the families will also be going to one school versus two different schools for two different events in
Thank
the
you.
cluster.
Got it. Thank you.
great.
It has nothing to do with the transportation, so we're not going to possibly break a contract.
Thanks for that clarification. I will say that the boundary lines, the school boundary lines that you brought up, Jamie, when I looked at what Cropper gave us, the map was really old. And so I know those boundary lines haven't been redrawn for years. We have so many more developments right now than when those were drawn. That would be a really good item to look at, I think, to redrawing those boundary lines. The Refugee Road, Chatterton Road didn't even go all the way through to Bryce Road on the map that we have those boundaries drawn on, and that extension was done years ago, right? So I would say, though, for the record, I would like a better financial understanding also, like can the administration provide a breakdown of district expenditures by major categories so the board can understand where resources are currently being allocated? And what cost savings have been evaluated to date? Which options were considered but not recommended? We did get some recommendations in an email, just so everybody knows, but not just a few. What analysis has been done regarding discretionary spending, staff and student travel, reimbursements, transportation efficiency, which we covered quite a bit, outsourced services, software and subscription costs, consultation contracts, administrative costs, vacancies and attribution, which you've talked about that, and other administrative reductions. So for the purpose of reductions, what is the estimated savings and what would be the impact on students and staff operations for recommendations? So some of the recommendations had to do with preschool. Well, what is the impact going to be on students if we don't continue with the strict early childhood education, right? Down the road, like in kindergarten. And so those are my concerns, and I think I would like to have those answered before I'm asked to approve any cuts to any of our options that are required by board policy or things.
So we've got a lot that we've kind of discussed with the superintendent this evening. And one, I think it's great that we're having the discussion, but I would like to ensure we give a true path forward for him and the treasurer. So if we could itemize that, a lot of what you discussed, though, Kathy, has been discussed every meeting, especially cost savings, as well as we have our savings report that he provides often. So more so maybe a linear or aerial view of that could be provided. But if we could take those items before we leave this part of the discussion of the agenda and identify those in ranking order for him and the treasurer, in his absence, because that was a lot of information. So I've heard human capital, transfers, re-looking at where students are, and then you had your litany list there. So if we could kind of maybe give top 3 to begin, because it's quite that list was very intrusive. So I would really like for us to kind of look at the low hanging fruit first. That'd be my suggestion, so we could get something back like the human capital report, the student services report with students being in households, that we can get something quicker, to start moving and reviewing that first, and then those other items. So if we could collectively now provide that list, and that way Mr. Treasurer could have that when he returns, and they can work on that together to get that back to us. Just a suggestion since it's a discussion.
It's my understanding that we need to, as a board, grant authorization for the superintendent to proceed forward, him and the treasurer, to dive into these areas of concern and to present us with a proposal. So I think before we end this discussion, if we could give a directive on what we want his next steps to be, is the first step.
Well, I don't know what policy you're referencing where the board would have to approve a
No,
certain dollar amount.
Okay,
prior
for
to-
the record, there's no policy that I'm referencing. I'm referencing the agenda prep meeting that we had that you were in attendance on.
Yeah.
This might be a point of clarification, Deanna. There was a point in time where a motion was needed due to contractual obligations to the employees. But that timeline ended June 1st, if that's what you're thinking of.
No, John, we had a meeting, and when we planned this agenda, the discussion was that before the superintendent and treasurer feel that they have the authority to propose anything, they would like for the board to direct them to do so. That's all I'm stating.
I got it. Okay. I would say that they have more information than we have, and I would ask that they start the conversation and then we react to that.
So in response to that, the only thing they would need is the green light to say yes, move forward. If that's
With recommendations.
with
Sure.
recommendations, that's it. No final decision will, rest with the board, but they do
Absolutely.
need authorization to proceed forward with the first step.
Yes, absolutely. I think that should happen regardless. And
I'll say this if I can. I mean, I think you all know this, but I'll say it for the larger public. This all started, I think, last September, October, when Adam did his 4-year forecast, and we found out that we were going to lose about $4.5 million in state funding. And Adam has been pretty consistent all the way through about that he would like to see us make the reductions of $4.5 million. Now, Adam's a friend and a good guy. I love him, but he's a treasurer, so he sees things in numbers and charts and columns. And so I'm not saying that we shouldn't have done $4.5 million. When it comes down to trying to decide how do you get to that amount, that's when you look at things and try to make decisions. Now, as time has progressed since then, and when we first started having some conversations like through February and March, that was a different picture than what it is now. We're in June now, and I don't think we're asking to make any rifts or layoffs or anything like that. I think we're looking for just some direction about, okay, do what you can do through attrition, through budget savings, through these things and efficiency to save what we can save this year, because whatever we save and whatever the difference is between that amount and the $4.5 million is going to get tagged on to next year when we have to do $4.5 million plus that amount. And just, I mean, tonight's kind of a case in point. A rumor gets out, there's something about title teachers, and we have a turnout of people saying, don't cut title. And so I guess what I'm looking from the board is that you do want us to go ahead and try to identify the cost saving measures that we can identify at this point. Again, not asking for a RIF or anything like that, but it's do the cost saving measures that we can do, whether it's through attrition, whether it's through budgetary things, whether it's through, as people leave, if we can restructure and reduce some things, because when push comes to shove and you get down to the point where there is something eliminated that creates emotion and people are going to have, feelings toward that. And I want to make sure that I understand, because ultimately it's the board's responsibility that we have to, provide fiduciary oversight and fiscal responsibility to operate the district. I want to make sure that Adam and I are putting plans together to meet your expectations. So I don't necessarily need specific direction right now, but I guess we're looking for a nod that we should be trying to do what we can do to save the money we can save right now to lessen what we would potentially have to do next year.
I'll just give my 2 cents. My grave concern, and I guess I'll echo what I heard in this room today, is we've seen vacancies happen, and I've seen vacancies happen where I think we have bloat, where we have, maybe we have construction people on staff and we have no buildings under construction. Yet when vacancies come up, we fill AO. But then when vacancies come from the bottom, we let them go. I will echo that if fat is to be trimmed, I want it from this building. When I was on the board before, we were in that little dental office next to Mott's Military Museum, and all the rest of the administrators were in the buildings. That was only maybe 15, 20 years ago. And then we moved to a lease space, and now we're in the castle. So full of bodies. So when I hear about making cuts, there are people in this building, and I mean no disrespect to anybody, that have a major impact to the education. But then there are people out there where I scratch my head and say, what in the world does this do for the education of a child? And so that's where I want to see the priority, is where the rubber meets the road. We need as much ESL, as much math, and as much focus on aids, and where the rubber meets the road, more so than we have today. And I believe the big salaries at the top, where where they could function without it, where we used to function without it, I think that's certainly my priority. I've just watched, I know things have changed. There's more regulations and all that, but I've seen the growth at AO, and it's monstrous. So when you look at it, Jamie, from my standpoint, if you're going to say that when somebody leaves, treat it equally, top and bottom.
I agree. And actually, I think we'd be happy to give a presentation to show where we have been making reductions and where we propose to make reductions. Just the last meeting, I made a proposal to combine two positions into one. Mm-hmm. There's been some reductions in administrative positions, but I'll let the facts speak for themselves. Thank you.
I just emailed over a resolution from our April meeting that I personally think needs to be edited because some of the language in it I don't think is accurate. But if we want to give authorization for them to bring cost saving measures, I suggest we do something along the lines of this. Everyone should have it in your email. We can edit it as we all agree to move forward versus sit here having discussions that's going to go round and around and accomplish nothing, to actually do something. Just my opinion.
I just say, point of order, this is the job of the administration, and they do not need anything from us as far as it's what they should be doing anyway. And we could put it.
Our board attorney advised us to do this.
No,
that was in the time of the RIF, which that cycle has passed. And you're correct. They did mention that gave the superintendent the ability to RIF. I think we allowed that to pass intentionally, that timeline to pass intentionally. And now we're where we are today. And I think Jamie is prepared to bring us his recommendation. I'll also say, I like the fact that the treasurer and the superintendent might not agree. I would like to see two different proposals, one from the bean counter and one from the education side, that we can compare and make decisions where the rubber meets the road. I think it's good to have that friction. I hope there is friction between the accounting side and the education side, because that's normal. It shows we're doing good business.
So what are we going to do when they bring a presentation for budget cuts that no one agrees with? Do we go back to the drawing board just to go around and around and accomplish nothing?
Well,
I'm just saying we got to give some directive on what to do. Otherwise, we are accomplishing nothing.
so the administration has the day-to-day operation, and I would think that they're doing all the cost savings they can all the time, but they're saying now they got to cut some things down a little bit, and it's their discretion. The board doesn't have the authority to change that unless it's a specific policy in the board, like or state law that says the board has to approve that. So I would hope that they would be looking at, like I said, discretionary spending and outsourcing, and how many subscriptions do we have, any overlap in any of our subscriptions or any of our subcontracts that are coming. And to look at all those items. But honestly, we don't, that's our job is to let them do their job and then we look at what they've done. So I would hope that their presentation would have a full gamut of costs that they're looking at. But for us to give them and say, hey, cut this much,
Yeah, and
they know.
That
we
is not
know
what I'm
what
saying.
needs
I'm
to be
saying give
done.
suggestions on where you would like to see things cut. Like I personally don't want to see anything cut from the kids. I don't want to see teachers cut. I don't want to see a preschool closed. I don't want to see any of the teachers that actually educate the children in the school cut. That's my personal opinion.
right. And
So I would say to Jamie, if you could start at the top and see where we could cut down and save money, that would be great. So we don't come back here in a month or two and then you guys nitpick everything he does. And then we have to go back to step one. Just being honest.
okay, so to that point, this is a discussion item, and had this, if I'd shown up here believing there would be motions on the floor in this discussion item, then I would have prepared very specific examples, but I didn't, and I don't think it's fair now for me or any board member to try to pull it out of their, to try to pull it up out
I'm
of
not
their
saying
heads.
emotion. I'm saying suggest areas of where you want to see cuts being done so they work towards what you want to see so we don't keep going back and forth.
Yeah, may I say something here? I think one, we can have a discussion and still provide a direction. It doesn't always require an action item. I do think, unfortunately, with the climate of our board, that is the practice that we've had to have. I would think with this discussion, from what I've heard, the board collectively talk about human capital. So we're just seeing where they are. So I would also add, when you're looking at that report, when we're identifying those positions through attrition or those vacancies, folks pending retirement, identify is it student facing or not. So then that way we have identifiers on things when we're looking at personnel. So I do hear us say that. So if that could be some direction for you and the human capital manager, that will address that. Then we've talked about transportation as the second item, just looking at the routes and those things in our current contract with legal, if we can make any amendments there. And the third thing that I've heard that was the biggest was the student services aspect, where Ms. Zimmer was speaking about making sure families are together. So if we can look at those top three areas first. And of course, when we are identifying any reductions with personnel, identifying who's student facing and who's not. And that could be the beginning. But I also concur with her where we cannot impact student facing, especially when we don't have the extra money as we used to have with the 5-year budget plan that they had forever. And I'm going to let that go. I'm going to get off my soapbox on that. But since they made that change, we don't get to have those nice to haves anymore. So as many people who are in front of the children, we got to salvage as much as that as we can, if not all, because we can't bring in this company, or we don't have that extra money. Esther's gone, and how we had the budget and we were working, we don't have that. So what I hear Ms. Zimmer saying, and all of us, at least when you're looking at it, and I think that's your lens anyway, you'll probably provide the report that's going to be most advantageous with student facing as the priority. And then Mr. Collier is going to give us everything that's just dollars and cents. So if we could have that, I think that would be, I believe we would be okay with that to look at. Is that anyone have anything else to add? And then that gives, and if you have any questions, or Mr. Collier, reach out to the board members tonight who had specific asks, but I will provide mine to you and Mr. Collier in writing as well.
And I would include in that discretionary spending be included. Look at our discretionary spending.
I also know there is a surplus of cash with the state. I believe it's $1 billion or so that I'm not sure what action the treasurer's office or the board should take, but hopefully some of that money, there's, I believe, some people fighting to see some of that money distributed back to schools. So hopefully we can see an increase in funding through some of the surpluses at the state.
Mr. Kirshner, are you talking about the rainy day fund or something else?
Yeah.
Rainy day fund?
Yeah.
I think there's multiple $1 billion.
Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah. Yeah. They have a glut now because of the new law that was passed, I believe.
I would also like to then just yield to my colleagues that we get several emails from OSBA and things regarding a lot of the funding that our state legislators, they've sent an email out today because there's voting tomorrow about the changing and the evaluation of property. So there's another part as we're looking at cost saving measures that we can work beyond the board and do our due diligence when resolutions are brought up about budgets and things like that, be on one accord to hold our state elected officials who are putting these things in place that are hurting public education to speak up on that. And we can do that collectively if we are really about public education and cost saving measures. But that's something that doesn't cost us anything but our time.
Does anybody have any other input for this discussion item?
This is helpful for me. And to Mr. Kirshner's point, we should always be looking for ways to save money. And if we can do things through efficiency, we do try to do that. When you start looking at if a person or some people leave, do we absorb those positions and restructure? What I was looking for the board was to go ahead that, yes, we need to do some of those things and within the framework. And I think we've talked about this before. Any savings we do, the ideal situation is to have the least impact on students that we do that and prioritize those things. So that's helpful for me to know. I was just kind of looking for the nod, the thumbs up that we can start to make some of those decisions and recommendation that it's going to be probably reduction of some type of service, but try to look at what can we do to take efficiency that's going to have the least impact. Now, we'll probably face different choices next year if something doesn't change. But again, this is kind of what I was looking for, was just the nod to go ahead and do some of those things if we can bring things back to the board.
One other thing we didn't talk about is innovation. So we don't make things so we can increase our revenue. So what things do we have that we own that we can monetize off of? So I would like to throw that out to you and you to throw out to your leadership to canvas, to think about. We have property, we've got other things. Can we lease it? Can we something? Let's see where we can bring in other dollars as we're looking at the other things. But we do have things that are sitting idle that we can be innovative about, and that this is a great opportunity to do a think tank, and maybe if you kind of do a inventory of things, throw that back at the board so we at least can look at it, and maybe we have some ideas to share with you and the treasurer to figure out other ways to bring in revenue to the district with this crisis of a budget.
One comment of yours, Jeremy, that kind of concerns me is I think you said the reductions of some types of services, but not knowing what they are. So I hope you're not talking services to our students or services that our teachers need to provide for our students and the best education. So I appreciate you listening to us and keeping us in the loop. And I would want to make sure the board continues to stay in the loop, where these are your decisions, and most of them the board can say, well, we have a problem with that. As long as everything's following policy and you're not cutting anything that's required by policy, we should be okay. Some of the things we have aren't required by policy, and those are the items that I would think would be looked at first.
And I do want to say this just tongue in cheek. This is a path a lot of times districts go down when you have these discussions. They're like, okay, well, we realize we have to make cuts as long as, and it's going to be people, programs, outside source services, software, and it's okay as long as it doesn't have any impact at all. Now, I would like to say that if we make a reduction, if there's no impact, then we should have reduced it, that it didn't add any value. So anything we do that we change or reduce, there's going to have some impact. but the goal would be to minimize that impact on the students. So it can't be both. We can't make reductions and not have any impact at all.
Is there any other comments? All right, so
Just to be thorough, that also includes that Jamie will be able to engage with our unions and make sure that everyone at the table and have a voice at the decisions or suggestions that are be presented.
my understanding is he can always engage with the union, but the only time the board needs to approve it is if the process to starting a RIF.
No, just stating for the record, so that there's no confusion.
Absolutely, he can do that.
Yeah.
So now we're on to item D, which is executive session.
We have C3. I'm sorry. We have C3 next. Second.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yep. Moved it to the next item. Thank you, John. Item C3, second read of policy IGCGR. Let's see. So this is the policy that went to the board committee, the policy committee. And was it updated at the policy committee? Is there anything from the policy committee on this?
Yeah, I will chime in. We had a committee meeting May 11th, attended by Ashley and myself, Kim Robbins, Susan Murphy, Julie Sparrow, Amanda Bernowski, and Teresa Foster, all heavily involved in the preschool education process. We made red lines primarily at the direction of Amanda Bernowski to make some legal and language corrections. And I believe that is what Mrs. Zimmer has brought before us.
So is this document different than the document we received at the last meeting?
For the last meeting, we didn't have this document, so I'm not sure what you're referring to.
We did have this at the last meeting. I apologize. I don't
It
have
was
the
the
exact
first
date.
meeting in May that
In
you
May.
requested it go to the policy committee.
Correct.
Which it did, and we made the one minor change. So it's different than the first meeting in May. It was not brought forward at the last meeting we were at, though.
So what is that change?
Transportation for children with and without disabilities shall be provided as required by law and when applicable in accordance with a student's individual education program, IEP.
And when we did the original, I can't recall if legal counsel was included because I know OSBA has their standard policies. So this one would go to our legal counsel to ensure. So I didn't know if it was routed yet. But I thought we did. But I'm
I
not,
think it was included with all of the
Okay.
massive amounts of policies back when we had all of them.
okay. But with the change, okay. I just want to make sure it's not gonna. Okay. That's all I need to know. Thank you.
So can you clarify what you said, please? Because Latoya, because it's talking about Route 8 on my screen.
Oh, okay. I just asked about the legal aspect and Ashley answered it. So that's all.
So you were asking if the OSBA legal team reviewed this? Is that what you're
No,
asking
I
for?
didn't ask that. I just asked about legal counsel in general. And she responded and stated that this was a part of the bulk policies. And I said, okay. That was all.
Could you clarify which policies, Ashley, please?
The January, February, possibly even into March cluster where we were going around and around with multiple legal counsels looking at all different policies and getting 5 billion different answers.
Thank you.
So if I may, the policy now reads, Policy Manual Section 1, Instruction Preschool Program, IGCG-R Active Preschool Program. The Board of Education may operate preschool programs designed to meet the needs of eligible children, including general education, integrated and special education classrooms in accordance with applicable state and federal laws and regulation. General education classrooms are those in which no more than 50% of enrolled students are children with disabilities. Integrated classrooms are those in which no more than 50% of the enrolled students have disabilities, and children with and without disabilities learn together. Special education classrooms are those in which at least 51% of enrolled students have disabilities and receive specially designed instruction. All preschool classrooms are designed to meet the individual learning and development needs of all students to the best of our ability. Classroom staffing, licensure, and caseloads shall comply with the Ohio Administrative Code and standards established by the Ohio Department of Education and Workforce. Children are eligible for preschool if the child attains the age of 3 and meeting the applicable state eligibility requirements, including identification as a child with a disability when applicable and not yet obtained the age at which the child will be admitted in kindergarten. Children participating in the preschool program shall have been immunized in accordance with the requirements of the State Board of Education to prevent the spread of communicable diseases. Parents or guardians shall be permitted reasonable access to preschool program during operation hours in accordance with district visitation procedures and security protocols. Tuition and fees may be charged in accordance with a fee schedule approved by the Board of Education. Tuition rates shall be reviewed periodically and may be adjusted to remain reasonably aligned with the comparable neighborhood school district preschool programs and programs operating costs. Finally, transportation for children with and without disabilities shall be provided as required by law and when applicable in accordance with a student's individual education program.
One question is, thank you for reading that, John. Does anything in this IGCGR, in this policy, prevent the school district from having a preschool program in the school district itself?
Did you just ask if the policy is going to prevent the preschool?
To prevent it from being at the school ourselves, like we would outsource it or anything like that.
No, nothing prevents the preschool from operating just as it does today.
All right. Roll call, John.
I move that we accept the final read of policy IGCG-R as read a moment ago.
I'll second.
Motion by me, second by Ashley. Any further discussion? We call
I
the
was
roll.
going to say thank you for getting that together and working with the preschool staff and reaching out. Just want to tell you that, Ashley. Thank you.
Okay. Latoya?
Aye.
Ashley?
Aye.
Deanna?
Aye.
Kathy?
Aye.
And aye. The motion passes unanimously. All right.
And we're on to item C4, first read of the policy IGCG. So this also went to the policy committee. So would either member from the policy committee wish to discuss this item policy?
Yes, there were only minor changes made to make a few items of language more correct and applicable. And those are outlined and lined out in red and highlighted. And that was also addressed at the same meeting. Thank you. The resolution reads, The Board of Education recognizes the need to provide a preschool program to eligible children residing in its district, including preschool children with and without disabilities, and has obtained a license to operate a preschool program. The preschool program shall be located in a facility that accommodates the enrollment of the program, supports the growth and development of children according to the program objectives, and meets the requirements of state laws and regulations. The preschool program is guided by curriculum, written policies, and regulations of the district that are consistent with applicable statutory requirements contained in state law. Resources of the preschool program include, but are not limited to, 1, staff; 2, cumulative records; 3, health and safety; 4, admission; 5, attendance and discipline; 6, sections and use of developmentally appropriate materials, equipment, and resources that meet the intellectual, physical, social, and emotional needs of the preschool student; 7, management of communicable diseases; and 8, transportation and community-based learning experience. Prospective employees who meet all applicable requirements established under state law. And then there are numerous legal references: 330131, 330153, 3313646, Ohio Revised Code 332302, Ohio Administrative Code Chapter 330137, 33016909, and OAC 5180-2. And then we have cross references listed, which I will not enumerate, to our board policies. And I move that we accept this as the first read, since there have been substantial revisions.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, please.
Why did we remove and homeless children?
Why did we remove? Amanda, do you want to speak to that, please?
Great question. And that's because it's already covered under kids in general. So what we didn't want to do was draw attention to the fact that they're homeless. Plus we have McKinney-Vento that covers that anyway. So it's kind of redundant. Thank you. I get it.
All right. So the answer is we took it out because Amanda said it was better to take it out.
Yes, and thank you as well, Ms. Bernowski, in our union as well. My apologies for not including you. My thanks.
There is a motion on the floor.
So I have a question.
We haven't seconded, have we? Did we get a second?
It's a first read.
Oh, okay.
We don't do that.
Then I don't need a second. All right.
So I noticed that in our cross-reference that we don't have the programs with students with disabilities. Should that be a cross-reference in this special ed program?
Can you clarify what you mean?
So in the section where we have the cross-reference of policies, we have policy like IGBA programs for students with disabilities.
Mhm.
Would that be a cross-reference for the preschool program as well?
Probably yes. It wouldn't deter anything, but yes, because
We can add
it.
So I think there's a couple of them. So could somebody look at those? Ashley, would you be willing to look at those and make sure they're on there?
I mean, we can take it back to the policy committee, or if you'd like to send the suggested additions, you could also do that, and we could review it at the policy committee.
Mhm.
So the ask is to review what section of policy against this preschool program IGCG, please.
See where it's cross-reference.
Yes, and you want to cross-reference, you want us to check what cross-reference or additional policy?
There's one IGBA is one I know for sure, and IGBAR.
Mhm.
If there's other ones, like I couldn't tell you. I haven't researched that far.
Okay,
I think she's saying that anything that touches it needs to be
Special ed.
cross-referenced to. That's just special ed related.
Would be a cross-reference.
so I have India Golf Bravo Alpha, correct? That you want to add to that potentially, Kathy?
I'm more than happy to look them up and send them over to Ashley.
Okay, that would be great. And then we'll review those
I
further
can
at
search
our next
special ed
meeting.
and
Okay.
too.
Okay.
Great,
Thanks, guys.
thank you. Now we're on to item C5. Oh, unless anybody else has any questions, sorry. Anybody else? Nope. Okay, on to C5. Groveport Madison Local School Board District Board of Education regarding application questionnaires and alternate board representation for the Parent Voice Committee and Student Voice Committee. So I'm not sure what this is. That's the first I've seen at it.
It's
actually,
making it so that we put the application or questionnaire process out to students and parents for the committees we established at the beginning of this year, as well as appointing alternate representation from the board to those committees. So if someone is unable to attend, we have an alternate in place.
So has the committee met and come up with the form to recommend to the board? Is
It
that
would be
what
the same form we've used for prior committees that are similar.
I agree with the recommendation to keep the form the same that we already have, and it's already loaded in the final form. So I concur with that to maintain the same form.
Could you clarify for me, Latoya, is this the form or you're saying one already exists so we don't need to create that?
We already have one that's already loaded in the final form. So when parents are doing like a recertification registration, they have the opportunity to complete that. So we did that about a year or so ago. So we weren't having an additional link to go out. They're already in this place in final forms, one stop, one shop.
And this is not it. Is that correct? This is a new one.
That is just a resolution. I believe what Ms. Zimmer was trying to do is to get some movement on these committees. And so this was just kind to make it official to give us an author that we're putting our what we voted on into work is what I'm getting from this resolution. Am I correct, Ms. Zimmer?
Yes.
So when I'm reading it, it's just to make sure that on this day, we are now moving forward. It gives the authorization collectively from the board for the superintendent and IT to reload in the final forms, update the names to the new titles of the committee since we've changed that the beginning of the year. That's what I'm reading. Let me know if I'm interpreting this correctly, ma'am.
Nope, that's exactly correct.
Okay.
And appointing an alternate, so if someone is unable to attend a meeting, we have someone available to step in.
I think it looks good. Thank you for this. And I think this is good to kind of make sure we keep our students at the forefront with all the other things, we've got going on. We kind of, get busy with this part, but still want to make sure we hear from our students and parents. So thank you for that, ma'am.
So these have been identified as board committees, correct?
Yes, sir. They were voted on already. That's correct.
So then I don't believe, I'm just going to question the logic in assigning the duties of development and implementing necessary procedures, form timelines, and guidelines to carry out the intent of this resolution to the superintendent, as I believe that would muddy the water between this being a board committee and actually administrative committee. But I would like time to be able to look into that because I'm not sure the answer, and I'm just now seeing this form.
I think how I'm interpreting it, you're on line 4, correct, Mr. Kirshner?
Could you restate that for me?
I said you're on line 4 of the resolution, correct, Mr.
Yes,
Kirshner?
thank you. I am. Yes.
Yep, no problem. So how I'm interpreting this is just to ensure that because it does cross because the board has a committee, but we need the support of the administration to get the final forms and all of that. So that is all that line is how I am interpreting that. The superintendent or designee is authorized to development and implement any necessary procedures, i.e. the comms plan, to roll out the forms, i.e. to collect the documentation or information through final forms, i.e. for IT to provide us with the report and the applications are his secretary, as we've done in the past. Based off of this resolution, that is how I'm reading line item 4.
Right.
Yep.
And I agree with the concept. I guess my question would be, should there be language at the direction of the committee or at the direction of the board? So we're not crossing over into the lines between what is a board committee and what is a administrative committee.
I don't think we need to in the resolution because that would be already identified in policy, right? So it would be redundant.
Well, that's what I haven't had time to look at this at all. I'm just now seeing it. I would like time to get guidance to see to make sure that we're on the right side of everything by way of board policy, open meetings, etc. Because
Okay.
I just have a minor concern that we're blurring the lines between an administrative committee, which this typically would be anyway, and a board committee, which we have made this. So
Well, I would like to make a motion to approve the resolution, item C5 of the Groveport Madison Local School District Board of Education resolution regarding applications, questionnaires, and alternate board representation for the Parent Voice Committee and Student Voice Committee.
Thank you.
Second. Could you restate the motion?
Is it on the screen where it can be seen?
I make the motion to approve the resolution, item C5, Groveport Madison Local School District Board of Education resolution regarding applications, questionnaires, and alternate board representation for the Parent Voice Committee and Student Voice Committee. I was first and Ms. Herbert was second, Mr. Kirschner.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I will make a motion to postpone this item until the next regular scheduled board meeting so that members have, this was just presented, we didn't have 48 hours to review this document, so that will give members a chance to, which I think Mr. Kirshner said he had some concerns with it. So I make a motion to postpone to the next regular scheduled Board of Education meeting. Is there a second?
Could you restate, please?
My motion is to postpone the approval of this resolution until the next board meeting, regular scheduled board meeting, to give members an
Motion to
opportunity to
postpone.
review.
Motion to postpone, Kathy Walsh. I will second.
And my discussion would be there's things in here that I'm not sure. I would agree with you on it might blur the lines and we should get clarification on if it in fact does that and then causes a problem for a board committee.
Did you just add to the motion?
No, she was just rediscussing what you guys have already discussed, which is why we're here for the postpone so we can move forward to roll call on this amendment. That's what she was doing.
All right. So is there any other discussion? All right. All right. We have a motion to postpone. We have a roll. Latoya,
No,
Ashley,
No.
Deanna,
No.
Kathy,
Yes.
and I vote no. The motion fails. Now we're on to the original motion.
I still have some questions about the original one.
Okay,
So,
sorry.
pardon.
you have questions, Ms. Walsh?
Yeah, somebody said something. I didn't hear all of it. So, and it didn't come up clearly on the captions.
It's okay.
I want to finish reading the motion. I haven't even had a chance to read the resolution all the way. Thank you.
Do we need to take a 5-minute recess for you to do that?
No, I don't need 5 minutes.
Okay.
So this number 2 says the Board of Education approved committee membership. So we're talking about all the students, parents. I mean, it seems like we should have 2 separate, one for the parent, one for the student voice. I would think we'd have different goals and guidelines for both of these.
Well, now you're, to be quite frank, you're speaking out of both sides of your mouth, because the last time we discussed this, we were going to, each side of us were going, nope, when we all met, and actually, I'm being honest, I'm not trying to be funny. We were told that, hey, we could get together, we would do the board, the guidelines. So this is why she's doing the resolution, so we can move forward with the questionnaire. And then the committee chairs were going to identify that. That was the last thing we discussed.
I'm not saying I have a problem with anything. I'm saying that it might be better to have 2 separate resolutions, one for the student voice and one for the parent's voice. Now you're saying, making accusations that that's talking out of both sides of my mouth. I don't understand how. If there's 2 separate, it just seems like if you have
I
2 separate
disagree. Can we
committee
just do a roll
structures,
call?
it might
Yeah,
be
I'm
better
with you.
to
I
have
disagree. If
Let's
we could
go
do
with
roll
roll
call.
call. I have no
Sounds
other
good.
question.
Okay, so on the table,
I can reread my motion if you'd like,
Come
Mr.
on,
Kirshner.
really? Decorum.
whereas the Board of Education
what
has
she said.
previously established the Parent Voice Committee and Student Voice Committee to promote meaningful engagement and participation from parents and students, and whereas the board seeks to ensure consistent participation and representation on these committees, now therefore be it resolved as follows. The Board of Education authorizes the use of an application and or questionnaire process for individuals seeking to serve on the Parent Voice and Student Voice Committees. The Board of Education approved committee membership. The board shall appoint one alternate board representative, for each committee to ensure consistency of board participation. Alternate representation shall serve only in the absence of an appointed board representative and shall have full participation rights while serving in that capacity. Alternative representatives shall be individually appointed by the board and shall not default to any office position. And now, Latoya, could you read your amendment to item 4?
I didn't have an amendment to the 5. I just had a motion, Mr. Kirshner. I said I so move that we approve the resolution of the Groveport Madison Local School District Board of Education resolution regarding applications, questionnaires, and alternate board representation for the Parent Voice Committee and Student Voice Committee.
Okay.
And the second was Ms. Herbert, Mr. Kirshner.
And that was, because I didn't quite hear you, that was basically your amendment to item 4, correct?
She's not making an amendment. She wants to approve the motion, this resolution as it is right there in front of you. She's not
I
changing
see.
it.
I got you.
And we're on C5, Mr. Kirshner. C4 was just the first read of that other policy.
Say that again for me, please.
We're on C5. This is item C5. You were saying C4, so I just wanted to make sure.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome
Okay.
for your note. C4 was the first read of that other
Yes.
policy. Yep. Okay. Thank you.
But so item 4 on this resolution I read.
I was leaving it as is. I had no amendment.
Okay. Thank
Correct. I get what you're
Right.
saying when you said item 4. That's what you meant on the line item of the resolution. No, there was no change on our end. Well, for me.
you. Gotcha.
Okay.
In that case, I would make the motion to amend item 4 to the board or designee instead of the superintendent or designee. That would allow the board to designate to the superintendent, but still maintain authority of the board committee. So I recommend item 4 become the board or designee is authorized to develop and implement any necessary procedures, forms, timeline, and guidance to carry out the intent of this resolution. And then at a regular board meeting, Groveport Madison School Board on this second day of June 26, we are prepared now, I believe, to see if there's a second for the motion to change the word superintendent to board or designate, please. I have a second.
I'll second.
All right.
I just want to clarify that when I plan our agendas for the policy committee, I email them to Jamie and then he develops them and his staff pushes them out, which is where this comes from. That's why we are giving him the
Yeah,
authority.
I don't think
do
it's a
that.
major change. I just think it, for me.
But I
it
think if you
aligns.
remove the superintendent, you remove that authority for him to do that, which is what his team does and has done.
No, basically by changing the word superintendent to board, you're saying the board or designee. That allows you to designate the superintendent versus saying the superintendent or designee is authorized to develop and implement any necessary procedures. All that does for me is cure that this is a board committee and we are subordinating that to the superintendent versus maybe blurring the lines of board committee versus an administrative committee. It's a minor change. If you don't agree with it, I understand, but that is a motion that I put on the floor and Kathy has seconded.
And just for record, BCE covers the policy for board committees, and it already talks about that we have the full control. So that's why I said it was redundant, but I do hear your concern, Mr. Kirshner, but I did want to point out that it is in our policy, BCE.
That it is in our policy, BCE.
That we have the control that you were concerned with
Yeah.
giving the authority back to the superintendent.
Right.
BCE does outline that we have that power.
Right, and
So
I'm not changing that at all. I'm just saying the board or designee allowing us to do that. So it's, yeah, if you don't agree with that, that's fine. I understand. We have a first and a second for an amendment.
Can I ask one question, John?
Yeah.
Just for clarity. So if we change that to the board, do we need to have majority vote of the board to do that? Or can an individual or two chairs of a committee do that?
The board, it says the board or designee, so we can designate that to the superintendent, yes.
No, but I'm saying to designate that or direct him, do we need the full board? Or are we going to say the two chairs of the committee can do that?
Okay.
I just want clarification.
Okay, in that case, I withdraw my amendment and I correct the amendment to say the board authorizes the superintendent or designee.
Are you're still
I
on
don't
item 4,
understand.
right, Mr. Kirshner? Because it already says the superintendent or designee is authorized. So it already has that on item 4.
Okay, I understand. It fails for a second. Just vote on it the way it's written. We have an amendment on the floor. Could we just have a roll on that real quick?
So what's the amendment? You withdrew the first one.
The first one.
So what's the new one now,
I
please?
withdrew it, but we'll vote on it just to let it fail, please.
So we're keeping it you're going to go.
Where I struck superintendent asked the board, I made the motion, Kathy seconded it, it's on the floor, so let's just vote that one. And then we'll vote on the original as written, that just to make sure we have correctly addressed this resolution. So there's a resolution on the floor by me, seconded by Kathy, to change the word superintendent to board or designee. Latoya Dadelberger,
No.
Ashley,
No.
Deanna,
No.
Kathy,
No.
and John, no. All right, there we go. All opposed, motion fails. All right. Where are we have we had a first and second yet on the original motion?
Yes, it was.
All right.
I was first, Mr. Kirshner, and Ms. Herbert was second.
Okay, so
Yep.
the first was Latoya, seconded by Ashley.
Miss Herbert.
Okay, Deanna, thank you. Sorry for the confusion. All right, may we have the roll, please? Latoya,
Aye.
Ashley,
Aye.
Deanna,
Aye.
Kathy,
Abstain.
and I vote aye. So we have Kathy abstained. All others aye. The motion passes.
I make a motion to appoint Deanna Herbert as the alternate for the Parent Voice Committee.
Second.
So, regard application. Okay, so
Roll call.
could you repeat that, Ashley, for me, please?
I make a motion to appoint Deanna Herbert as the alternate to the Parent Voice Committee.
Second.
All right. And was that Ashley with the motion and Latoya with the second?
That's correct.
Okay. Any discussion?
And I have no questions. Anybody else?
All right. You want to call the roll, Mrs. Walsh?
Sure. Ms. Dalrymple?
Aye.
Ms. Zimmer?
Yes.
Ms. Herbert?
Yes.
Ms. Walsh? Aye. Mr. Kirschner?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Can we do a recap of who's on the elementary, middle school, and high school committees?
What was? Are you asking who are the committee members?
Yes.
I know that Ashley, Latoya, Ms. Daldoberger and I are the high school committee. But I have to look up the others. I wasn't prepared for this. As I said, we didn't have notice for this. This is new. Which is why I abstained.
Well, based on that comment, anytime I request to have things added to the agenda, they're never added. So this is the only way for me to get them addressed.
You requested these to Lori Atkins. Is that what you're saying? You said Abby? I'm not sure.
Any request I've had to add anything to the agenda has gone unresponsive or with no's.
I'll be sure to bring the emails to show that is not correct.
You mean the email you sent me
I'll
today about the
post them
request
right
from
out
last
there
week
on.
that
I'll
Lori
post
won't
them out
add
there on
things to
social
the
media
agenda
for
without
you.
your
I'll
approval?
make sure they're all posted. Thank you. So do you have any other motions?
We have
We're
to
on
make an
to
alternate
item
for
number-
elementary, middle school, and high school.
I would like to make a motion for Ms. Herbert to be the alternate for the high school student voice committee.
Second.
So you do roll call, Mr. Kirschner, when you're ready.
Latoya Daldoberger.
Aye.
Made,
Oh.
I'm sorry, made the motion
That's correct.
to add Ms. Herbert to the high school student voice committee. All right. Any discussion? Would you call the roll, Kathy?
No, you call the roll. You're the chair.
You have a specific way you want it called, call it.
Okay, I'm gonna call the roll. Ms. Daldover.
Aye.
Ms. Zimmer.
Aye.
Ms. Herbert.
Aye.
Ms. Walsh. Aye. Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
And I'm gonna request we have a 10-minute recess, 5-minute recess. So we can find out who the other committee members are.
Elementary is John and Deanna, middle is Deanna and John, and high school is you and Latoya.
Okay, perfect. Withdraw that.
My apologies for my impatience a moment ago.
What'd you say, John? I'm sorry.
So who was it's middle school?
I motion for Latoya Dowdellberger to be the alternate for the elementary voice committee.
Do you have a second? I second.
I was gonna do two different motions for, you to do elementary and Latoya to do middle. I
Whatever.
mean, cause you already, you know.
You want to make that amended or? No, we don't need to go on break because gave the information to Ms. Walsh.
You can amend my motion to your
Okay,
motion.
I want to amend Ashley's motion to make Ashley the alternate for the elementary school student voice committee.
Second.
So what motion do you have? Is that the only one right now? Because
Well,
I thought
the
Ashley
next
made a
one is
motion.
for Latoya to be the middle school alternate.
So Ashley's motion is on the floor right
No,
now.
I
You amended her
Mhm.
motion to, okay. So do you want to just withdraw your motion, Ashley? And do the,
Yes, I can withdraw my motion.
yes, okay. So, and you're going to make a motion, Ms. Herbert, to have Ashley be the elementary school. Okay, great. So we have one motion on the floor, and that is for Ms. Zimmer to be, Board Member Zimmer to be the alternate for the elementary school voice committee.
student voice.
And I second that.
That's Deanna's
The alternate for what again, please?
elementary school
Thank you.
voice committee. Alternate will be Ashley Zimmer. And that was a motion by Ms. Herbert, second by Dowdellberger.
Okay, thank you.
Roll call. Any questions? Roll call. Ms. Dowdellberger.
Aye.
Ms. Zimmer.
Aye.
Mrs. Herbert.
Aye.
Mrs. Walsh. Aye. Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
And I want a motion to have Latoya be the alternate for the middle school student voice committee.
I'll second.
Alternate for
Middle school
Middle.
voice committee.
middle school voice. All right, any discussion? Mrs. Dowdellberger?
Aye.
Mrs. Zimmer?
Aye.
Mrs. Herbert?
Aye.
Mrs. Walsh?
Aye.
John? Aye. Passes unanimously.
And while we're here, Mr. Group, if it's just make sure that, we can get everything out when we do final forms and all that. And if you have any questions, let us know if we can do anything to help support. And I don't know if we can have a comms rollout too, so that way it's on social, so that way parents and students know, and that way we have a little bit more longer time over the summer to promote and get the community involved, please. And you also have the emails from last time too. So if we could do an email blast to those that applied the year prior, it'd be great to add that in the comps plan, please.
ready to go on to the next item? Item C6, discussion and action item to cancel the July 9th, July 7th, August 11th Board of Education meeting.
Ms. Dowdallberger said she was not able to attend the next meeting, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
That is correct.
And
I
then the July 7th is very close to the holiday, and then August 11th is our first day of school. So it logically made sense just to cancel them, in my opinion.
I don't disagree with this. However, June 9th was when Mr. Fuji was going to come in and present.
Mr.
I-
Fuji.
What's
Did
that?
you say Tujan or Fuji?
Fuji.
Fuji.
Yeah. And I think we kind of agreed that he did a good job last time. And I think we're all on the same page with using him. So as part of this, could we just authorize the board president to work with the treasurer to authorize him? And then for the treasurer to reach out to the board and see if we can agree on a date. Would that be okay? So that we don't disturb his plan on coming in.
You mean a date for what?
So he was coming June 9th.
Right, correct.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
A date for his work, for him to work with the board retreat.
Mhm.
Could we just authorize that now so we don't sidetrack him and side rail him for months?
My personal opinion is I don't care if we reach out to him. I just would want to know what the cost is before we commit to anything.
Yeah, that's a good call out.
So Mr. Fuji is the work session that everybody said we needed for setting our long-term and short-term goals.
I think didn't we already set a not to exceed number?
Do we have?
I don't recall that there was one for me.
What's that?
I don't recall discussing one. Maybe that was directly with him.
Okay.
I mean, I would be fine if Kathy reached out to him, got a figure, and had Adam or Jamie reach out to all of us so we're in agreement with the dollar amount before we move forward. If everyone's in agreement with that.
Am I misremembering? Did we have a dollar amount?
I thought we did a not to exceed, but I could be remembering wrong.
I don't recall a dollar amount, but if we could just get an estimate, and as Ms. Simmer stated, kind of.
We do have a board development fund specifically for this. That more than covers anything we're going to incur.
Well, you could do like a not to exceed amount because like you said, we do have that discretionary fund for the board just for this purpose.
All right, thank you.
But we've been trying to coordinate, Jamie and I have been working to coordinate with Mr. Fuji since March, and he's had dates that had to be canceled because of whatever reason. And I just think it's really unprofessional to say, hey, we're going to cancel you again. Not to mention we made a commitment to the community and to the district to do a work session. For our long-term and our short-term goals.
It looks like we discussed it on the February 10th meeting and we did not set a dollar amount or anything along those lines that I can see, just for the record.
Thank you. So we have a motion on the floor for C6. Ashley, you made that motion, correct?
No, I was just discussing the rationale behind.
Oh, I move that we cancel the June 9th, July 7th, and August 11th Board of Education meeting.
You're making a motion to cancel? Is that what your motion is?
Yeah,
Yep.
it appears that the board that's the preference of the board, correct?
I would not want to cancel the June 9th. We've been working with Mr. Fuji for several meetings and have had to reschedule him.
There's a motion on the floor. I second it I second your
Okay.
motion.
I understand that, but I understand, Kathy. So we have a motion by me and a second by Latoya. Any further discussion? I will say I hate to see us kick the can down the road with Mr. Fucci. I wish there was a way we could move forward with that. And I'm not sure that it's not possible that we can, since we have the funds, but we'll figure that out, I guess, somehow and try to communicate out. I don't know. Any discussion? All right, Mrs. Dowd.
So I would,
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
okay,
So we're
go ahead, do a roll call.
All right,
Okay.
Mrs. Dowdellberger,
Aye.
Mrs. Zimmer,
Did you want to say something, Deanna? It looked like you were going to.
No, what was that?
She started to and then she stopped, so I wasn't sure. I just wanted to make sure. Yes.
Mrs. Herbert,
Aye.
Mrs. Walsh,
No,
and I am a no. The motion passes.
we're on to item D, executive session.
You want to read it or do you want me to read it, ma'am?
You can go ahead and read it.
It is recommended that the Groveport Madison School Board of Education enter into executive session to consider the investigation of charges or complaints against a district employee or official pursuant to ORC 121.22G1 and to confer with the board's counsel or their attorneys concerning disputes involving the public body that are subject to pending and imminent court action if applicable pursuant to ORC 121.22G3. The board further acknowledges that no formal action or vote will be taken in executive session and that any subsequent board action will occur in open session.
So moved.
Second,
Roll call, please.
one moment. All right, roll call, Mrs. Dowdellberger,
Aye.
Mrs. Zimmer,
Aye.
Mrs. Herbert,
Aye.
Mrs. Walsh,
Aye.
and I am an aye. Motion passes unanimously. May we take a 5-minute recess prior to entering executive session, please?
Yeah.
on all of these contracts? Are they all 260?
I gave my copy away. I'll need one back.
Oh.
Okay, Jutina Threet is a 260 contract. This is for up to 5 days to work in transition. Thomas Holdren is a 260-day contract, although I will be asking at our next agenda for a bridge contract starting July 1. Okay. Chad Gossett is a resignation. Jeff Altman is a unpaid leave. Did I skip anybody? No.
Yeah. So tell me, could you describe the bridge contract for me, please?
So the bridge contract means that basically he will start officially here July 1 as a full-time employee until this contract starts on August 1. So it's a bridge between
30-day bridge.
Yeah, 30-day.
It doesn't involve any overlap with his current employer.
No.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Aye.
Mrs. Zimmer?
Aye.
Turn your,
Mrs. Herbert?
Aye.
Mrs. Walsh?
Aye.
and John, your mic's not on, so just so that for the recording, I don't know if they'll be able to hear, but I know we all said aye.
It was 5-0 past. Can I introduce him?
Yes.
He's been patiently waiting back there and brought his wife along tonight. This is Tom Holdren, our new deputy superintendent.
Already in red and black.
He comes to us with a wealth of experience. He's currently the assistant superintendent of Licking Heights. We're excited to have him join. Tom.
I just want to thank Superintendent Grube, President Walsh, board members. Really excited to be a part of the team, and I can't wait to work and support and serve our students, families, and staff here at Groveport. So it's always a great day to be a cruiser.
Welcome, sir. Thank you.
His wife Ariel is a teacher in Reynoldsburg. He's promised her dinner tonight. Anybody have any recommendations for them at 9:37?
Roosters.
Thank you so much for being here tonight. Congratulations.
It is also Taco Tuesday if they're still open.
Okay, item G. The superintendent recommends Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the attached special education contracts as outlined in the 5 attachments.
So moved.
Oh,
I'll second.
I was thinking he had something else to say.
I'm sorry. Who made the motion, please?
I first and Ms. Simmer was second, sir.
Thank you.
Any questions about the contracts that are on this? I did. No, hearing none. Keep your roll call.
All right. Mrs. Dowdallberger?
Aye.
Mrs. Zimmer?
Aye.
Mrs. Herbert?
Aye.
Mrs. Walsh?
Aye.
And Mr. Kirschner, aye. Passes unanimously.
Superintendent recommends Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the attached contract with Teach Town.
So moved.
Second.
That was Ashley, Ms. Zimmer first, Victoria Dowdallberger second.
No, I'm first. Ms.
Backwards.
Zimmer. Flip
Okay.
us.
Yep.
Mandy, do you want to come up and just give us the 2-minute run through.
So Teach Town is a separate curriculum from the rest of our, what the rest of our kids get, because a lot of our kids are served, well, a chunk of our kids are served alternative assessment, and they are not on the same standards as the rest of the kids. We also have a large subsection of our kids who don't meet the qualification to be alternatively assessed, but are still very, very low. And under the old standards would be alternatively assessed. So they have to have access to a general ed curriculum. They are not able to access CKLA the way that all of our other kids are able to access it. So we have to provide them a different type of lens. This contract will actually be less next year because we won't be buying books for the first time. We won't have the exorbitant shipping costs from shipping books. We won't have the PD because we're going to do train the trainer PD, and then we won't have an integration cost. So it's actually ends up being, it is more than what I'm currently paying, but what I'm currently paying for what's called unique learning systems, our passage rate for alternative assessment is 0. So what we've been doing,
Could you repeat that, please? Our
Our-
passage rate for,
our passage rate for alternative assessment is 0.
could you explain?
Meaning that the kiddos, so most likely you would assume they're like multiple disabilities types kiddos. So those kids in those class take a different type of test that are like the regular special ed kids take. They don't take an OST, they call it alternative assessment. That passage rate should be about the same, if not better actually, as the kids who take the regular OST that have an IEP. It's 0.
And why, what are some of the causes?
Well, a couple of causes would be, obviously the curriculum that we had is not user friendly. The teachers don't like it. It's clunky. So we actually piloted this over right after Christmas break with preschool and everybody else. We used it that way to make sure that they were going to use it, because I'm not using it day to day, right? We want to make sure that the accessibility is there for kids as well as the staff. So there's the curriculum product we had itself. Plus, to be very honest, the way that we were doing our learning centers, we had kids too far in the gamut for teachers to be able to effectively teach. So if I have a kiddo in a learning center and they're on the alternative standards, they have this curriculum. But if I have kids in that same learning center who are not on alternative standards, I have this curriculum. It does not make any sense to expect our teachers to teach two vastly different types of kids, do different curriculums in a class, and it be done well. So we're working to remedy all those things. And part of it was they felt like they didn't have the stuff that they needed to reach those other types of kiddos who are never going to be able to like pass that test or going to struggle and things like that. So this all started out of a response to what the teachers were asking for.
And so with that, then I would assume you guys worked with the union and all that on this, or the discussion to the teachers had input, because the other one wasn't. Okay, I just want to make sure we had that.
Yep, no, it came up several times in CT time. So for collaboration time,
Okay.
with my coordinators, it came up with them numerous times, as well as it came up at the very beginning of the year at SPED committee about the vast shift and differences in the ability levels. And they weren't using it. We did an audit and we were like, well, why aren't you using it? And it was, well, it's not user friendly. It's not all those things. And it was like, okay, we got to use something, right? That's research based. So what can we do? And they actually, Julie in preschool actually found Teach Town. And then I talked to some of the neighboring directors who have been using it and who are moving to it. So.
Is there any way to, I don't know, with our meet, when you guys meet and you mentioned that like y'all had a committee meeting, do you guys have notes from that too? Like when you have your, you said there was like a committee meeting or something. What is that?
Oh, collaboration time.
But I thought you said there was also some other committee. Am I hearing you wrong?
It wasn't a committee. So what I did was I asked for volunteers who wanted to help pilot it.
Gotcha.
And I got volunteers from every grade band. And then because Cruiser Excel has been up in the air, I did not order Cruiser because I did not order preschool because that reason. But then high school they found that it didn't actually meet all their needs because they do more foundational life skills stuff, 9 through 12, than it had. And this is the ELA, math, science, social studies, and SEL. So it's that amount of money and all those things for 5 subjects.
So this contract does not include the preschool then.
Mm-mm. It's a whole different program. But I'm not opposed to asking for the preschool program. I just didn't want to asked for something, something happened, and then had been entered into an agreement that we couldn't fulfill.
So what grades will this affect?
K-8.
Thank you.
K through 12, right?
It's K-8. When the high school piloted it with everybody else, they didn't feel that it met their needs. So we did not purchase it for them
So the one says K through 12 student substandard package.
because that's just how they name their package. They're only getting access to the things that are through that grade level that we purchased.
So
You're getting K-12 package, but only using the K-8 part.
Right. That's just the title of what it is because their interface is all the same. What they push into that interface is going to be different.
So my understanding, this is for like moderate to severe special education students.
Mhm.
And we have a package for 325. Do we have 325 moderate to special to severe special ed in our general classrooms?
So we, not in our general classrooms, no. So we do have,
In any classroom, I guess, sorry.
it's okay. So we do have over 300 kids that will be using this curriculum. They'll be, using it in those learning centers. That's the curriculum for those kids. So when you say moderate to intensive, most people just think of like multiple disabilities and stuff like that. Really, you have all kinds of different disability codes that are going to be using this based on their needs and then what's in their IEP.
Question.
Yeah.
Have we looked at how they would transition once they finish the 8th grade, go to the 9th grade? How would they transition to the software that's used at 9th to 12th grade level? Is there going to be some kind of transition on that since they're learning one way and then they'll have to shift to another learning style?
Yep. So that is what as we implement it, one of the things that we want to make sure that we do is that the people who are doing the 8th grade are really taking notes and data on how are the kids doing and what do they need, because that's also going to help inform, do we need to have this K9, K10, just not 11, 12. So that could be a big variance, but we wanted to make sure that we had some of that scoring going through as a whole.
And does this work with our current program Amplified? And do they transition together, or are these services that Amplify can't provide?
Correct. Those are services. It's a level of content and way that it's worded and ability that kids that can't access it.
Okay.
If we add preschool to this, is there going to be additional costs besides the normal fee?
Well, that all includes like the random shipping costs and all that. So the preschool cost itself, when I had him look at it, I always go in, give me the max, and then I can pare it down to what I can get bare bones, right? And so the max for preschool, everything, the whole kit and caboodle is like $83,000. Again, a large chunk of that being stuff that we won't pay for every year, but we can always tailor it down too. So like the one thing I also like about Teach Town is that they have a la carte options. I don't have to buy stuff that I don't think we need or that we're not going to use. So I can also tailor the pre-K if we choose to do that.
Would it be beneficial to table this till next month so we have a better understanding of the preschool so we don't pay double shipping and handling?
The preschool doesn't have books, so they don't have like
So
material.
they won't have that?
Not materials like that, no. Most of theirs comes in the form of lessons and how to teach, having teachers have lesson plans on how to do things with them. The other thing we did not buy was the manipulative package, and that was because, to be very honest, I could go to Dollar Tree, buy that, and write that off of my taxes. I don't need to pay a huge company to send me popsicle sticks. So we literally went bare bones as much as we could. But what I can do is ask him to send me a cost for preschool at the different tiers individually based on the amount of kids that we have in there. If you'd like me to do that, and I can send that to Jamie to share out to you guys too for future reference. Okay. Anything else?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
No problem.
So you have first and second?
Yeah, we did.
You got the-
Going out of order first. This is number second.
Okay, roll call, please.
Mrs. Dowdellberger?
Aye.
Mrs. Zimmer?
Aye.
Mrs. Herbert?
Aye.
Mrs. Walsh?
Aye.
Mr. Kirschner? Aye. Motion passes unanimously.
Superintendent recommends Groveport Madison Schools approve the attached contract with Franklin County Truancy Intervention Prevention Program, or TIP.
So moved.
Second, we'll say, Ms. Zimmer first and Deanna second.
It was Latoya.
All right.
Did you have your mic? Did you? Okay.
Do I have it backwards again?
No,
Okay.
you just had the wrong person.
Wrong person that time.
So we had,
Who is it?
Wait a minute. He needs to know.
You're
it was
first.
Oh.
Zimmer and Herbert.
I got it.
I was second.
Zimmer and Herbert.
Ms. Zimmer was first. I was second, Mr. Kirschner.
Okay, thank you.
at the agenda setting meeting, we had pretty extensive conversation about this. And so we have Destiny Jones, the truancy supervisor from Franklin County here tonight. I don't know, are you going to talk as well? Come on up. And I'm sorry, I forgot your name. Jeff McQuarrie.
For the record, I tried to make him an assistant principal earlier and he wouldn't take the job. So. You get nothing.
Okay, so good evening. My name is Destiny Jones, truancy supervisor for the Franklin County Juvenile Court. So the TIP program was established about 8 or 9 years ago, and I believe Groveport was one of the school districts that started this program. And the program started because of House Bill 410. House Bill 410 decriminalized truancy, and instead of counting days, they started counting hours. So our program is a diversion program where our truancy officers, we have 10 of them in 6 different school districts, and they go into the schools, and once a kid meets those, meet the habitual truancy triggers, that's 30 consecutive hours, 42 hours in a month, or 72 hours in a school year. Our truancy officers come in, they have a meeting with the school officials, the parent, and the child, if they're in high school and middle school, and they come up with a plan to try to figure out why they're missing so much school. They give them 90 days to improve their attendance. And then once that 90 days concludes, it's either they have improved and they're a success, or they file charges against them. What I passed out to you guys are the stats that I'll let Jeff go over from last year versus this year. I will say that Groveport, Madison, we don't have Columbus. We're not in Columbus City Schools right now, but Groveport, Madison has the highest habitual truancy that we serve right now. This year we served about 601 kids.
I've been, once again, Jeff McQuarrie. I've been with the program going on a little over 7 years. As Destiny stated, that Groveport was or is one of the first or had been with the program since it started. The numbers you see before you here are pretty much similar over the years. What I did is compare this year's data with last year's. As you can see, we're at about 600 youth we served compared to last year, about 595. The follow-up meetings, these are basically the meetings, the 30, 60, 90-day meetings that we have once we meet with the family, the absent intervention plan meeting. And this is basically the truancy specialist actually takes over the meeting. So initially, it's the parent, it's the youth, depending on from 6 through 12, it's the parent and the youth, where we all sit down and try to combat, barriers, whether it's food deficiency, whatever the case is, to, alleviate whatever the issues are. As Destiny was saying, we moved 30, 60, 90 days. We had 1,096 of those meetings this year compared to 1,048. We had 130, about 133 court conference meetings, and what those are where we really get the attention of the parents. So usually somewhere between 60 and 90 days, if there's no improvement, we actually have them come downtown and meet, basically as a last resort to say, okay, we've worked with you, for 60 days. What's going on, and that's normally where they get we usually get their attention. They come down. We go over the plan to see if anything needs to be amended. If not, we give them another 30 days, and then at that time we tell them, hey, either we'll file a complaint or we'll close the case. Moving forward, you can see here, which was one of the big improvements from last year. We had 63 truancy filings. This year we had 37.
That's a big improvement.
Yeah.
That means that the rest of those kids that we served this year have been a success. We only had to file on 37 families. And those are the numbers that we like to see. Even though we increased the number of how many kids that we saw this year, I think that was major because previous years we had 2 truancy officers in the district. Last year we added a truancy officer because it's overwhelming. Because we had one just handling the elementary school kids and middle school kids, and then we had one at the high school. And our elementary and middle school truancy officer was overwhelmed. There was a lot of kids to see, and she couldn't see all of them just because it was so many kids. So we did increase in number a little bit, but the filings went down, shows the improvement that we had.
And neglect filings did go up, but we had a dedicated truancy officer actually in the elementary school, as opposed to one officer trying to kind of juggle the elementary and middle. So those numbers did go up. As you can see, the residency investigations, where we go out, knock on doors to verify if a family's living in the district, if they're, if the youth has, if they need resources, or if they've been, no one's had contact with them. So we actually do that, come back, let the district know. And, that helps with, the district, their attendance to be able to, the enrollment center to either, find out whether they've moved on or if they're just not in the district altogether. So below is a breakdown from building to building of the truancy filings as well as the referrals. So, I will say one of the main things with our truancy officers is that as far as the contract, that the district pays half the salary and the court pays the other half of the salary and full benefits. So, keep in mind, trying to have a person do this, include if you were to bring someone else in, or, someone who else, a secretary or a social worker who already have other responsibilities to actually have to go from school to school. So, as far as, we understand the importance of, you guys' job and reductions, but also, the impact that our truancy specialists make.
And especially with, I don't know if you guys heard about the new House Bill 96 with the new attendance policies that boards have to come up with and submit to the court. That's a big thing. It's all about family engagement, and our truancy officers help with that a lot. Like, you have to engage that family for them to respond. That's the only way that we're going to get these kids in school so they can learn.
Any questions?
Yeah, I see trends where, like, the top one, Asbury Elementary School, looks like things head in a really good direction. And then I see schools where it looks like things are headed in a bad direction. What do these numbers mean, and how should I interpret them?
So essentially, like I said, year 24-25, we only had 2 truancy officers in the district. That one truancy officer handled all of the elementary and all of the middle schools together. So the volume of cases that were coming through, she wasn't able to get to as she could this year, because we had one dedicated to elementary, one dedicated to middle, and one dedicated to high school.
And sometimes, like for our program, at a certain time of the year, we need at least, before you can file, you can only file, you have to work with them at least 61 days. So you have to file, within the 61 days. So like between March, April, May, some of the numbers may go down a little bit as the school, we come to the end. So, and we're working with more kids. So we actually, had a meeting this year with all of our districts to come up with a plan, a universal plan. So all of the schools, so when you leave Ashbury and you go to Dunlow, the plan is the same. You know, the meetings are the same. It's ran the same. So we put together a package for the district, you know, to work with them to come up with how they see truancy, how they want to work together, and how our truancy our specialists will work in unison. So yeah, the numbers kind of fluctuate some here, but as Destiny was saying, we had an actual dedicated person at the elementary, at the school level, and one middle and one high school.
So if I see Dunlow had 70 truancy referrals 24-25,
Mm-hmm.
and then 44 25-26,
Mm-hmm.
is that an indicator that something amazing good has happened at Dunlow, administrative changes, or what does that tell me? Anything?
Well, it could be a number of things. It could be because basically the school does the referrals. So, you know, the school is the first, you know, touch of the family to try to, you know, alleviate any issues. So it could be maybe it was a staff, you know, shortage, or someone who wasn't able to make the referrals, or it could be, I'm not going to, you know, it could be because we have a really good person there who was able to make that impact, where the numbers did go down some. So it's just, there's a number of things, number of trends. And sometimes from year to year, we see fluctuation in the numbers. So it just depends from year to year. I mean, if you have a social worker at the school that's dedicated, and we're, you know, somebody who we can work with year to year, that makes a difference. If you have new staff, you know, family movement, there's just a number of things that can.
I think one of the biggest things in a lot of the schools, and not just this district, is that our truancy officers are pushing for the school officials to meet those families at tier 1, like start at tier 1 before they even hit truancy. If these kids are missing 1 day, 2 days, like, let's go ahead and call home then. Let's see what's going on if that's not normal for them. So I think that's a big part of it. Early intervention is going to be like the best thing for you know, us going forward. But I think that our truancy officers, because we push them to when they don't have habitual truancy cases, for them to work with those kiddos who are not really habitually truant yet, maybe chronically absent, and so they can prevent them from becoming habitually truant. That's where we want to get to. That's the point. And that's what House Bill 96 is a big push for. Let's meet them at tier 1, tier 2 before they get to tier 3. We don't want to file charges.
So how do we assess together to know that you're communicating and we're understanding where we're getting it right, and we can communicate to you where we're doing it right? So we learn from each other. Like you said, maybe you have a less effective officer somewhere, and how do you assess that? And then let's say we see these numbers and we have some rock stars and we have some non-rock stars. How do we make this as good as it can be?
So we have a meeting, we have a mid-year meeting, usually with, we usually have it with Paul. We don't usually have it with Jamie, but we have the meeting, mid-year meetings with Paul to see where we at numbers wise. And then we would go over those numbers and adjust where we needed to adjust. If we saw one school having more cases, we would either put another truancy officer out there, not officially on the payroll, but just move one of our other truancy officers with less cases to help that truancy officer out. We have a team. We have a really good team of our 10 truancy officers, and they really do a lot to help each other out when there's a big push for truancy at certain schools or certain districts.
So when you said, you said something along the lines of we're one of your, I would say, larger truancy problems.
Yeah.
Is that including like bigger districts like Southwestern City Schools?
Yeah. So I'll tell you the districts that we have. We have Groveport, we have Southwestern, we have Hilliard, we have New Albany, we have Reynoldsburg, and Canal. So out of all of those schools, you guys have the highest. We did have Buchanan. We no longer have Buchanan. Even when we had Buchanan, you guys are the highest.
So is the once a year, mid-year thing enough? So should we ratchet something up? Is there something we should?
And we can, and that's the whole thing that we're working on. Like I said, I think one of the things we, as no communication, to like I said, making sure, all the schools are on, one accord, that our truancy officer, leads Ashbury and goes to download that. It's the same accord. It's not, one school is operating here and the other one, where they're not getting referrals or they're not, getting the, the resources, to even help the youth. So we're working on that to make sure that, things are done universally.
And every month, we're checking our truancy officers' numbers in every district as well. We do monthly reports for our records.
Can I ask a question? Is there something that separates us from other districts on why our numbers would be the highest? I know it's a loaded question.
I'm not sure because you guys only have one high school. And most of our other districts have, besides New Albany, have more than one high school. And I'm not sure.
Personally, I think it's integration. I think it's a change in demographics, where I've seen over the year, where, there's just a number of kids moving, in areas where, a change, like you were saying, you live in an area, you go to that school where, you're starting to see a lot of different faces, different culture, where folks are starting to integrate. I think that plays some part of it, where, I think a lot of the suburban areas now, becoming more populated and changing as well. But really, Groveport, really, changing. You can see it, as you walk through the buildings and where you just see the change, from 10 years ago, the population. So I think that
So you didn't mention City of Columbus. That's not one you guys do.
we initially had Columbus, yeah.
We're not in the district right now.
Yeah.
So would we be more comparable to what you're experiencing there now?
City of Columbus is a huge district.
Yeah.
I would compare you guys to Southwestern, but Southwestern just doesn't have the volume like you guys have, and I'm not sure the reason.
I don't know if you remember, we had a presentation about attendance last fall. And it was pretty much all of the suburbs and what the different attendance rates were. And Whitehall's was right around our number, but there were some trends up and down. The other thing I want to share, this is not an excuse, but just from a factual perspective, every school that I know of, for sure in Central Ohio, attendance rates went down after COVID. People got used to not going places, not coming into school, not going into work. And our truancy rates increased. It was a significant amount. I don't want to say doubled, but since COVID, that the rates increased a lot, and we've been trying to slowly bring them back down. The other thing, when you look at some of the facts and figures, I guess you have to have those conversations to say, is more filings a good sign or a bad sign? Is there more filings a good sign because there's more follow through and it's being addressed, or more filings a bad sign because we have more kids who continue to be truant after we try to do intervention with them? So I think this is a separate piece that we have to look at and compare to what are our attendance rates by building. If you put our attendance rates by building next to some of these filings, I think we could piece together a better picture of what's being successful or what's not being successful, and do it that way. So I just wanted to add those few things into the discussion.
And I'll add one thing: our filings are flagged, so as opposed to the courts already have basically us being part of the court. So the magistrate knows the TIP program, and will see that okay, they already know that they've put in the due process and what has happened, so they have an understanding when the families come before them.
Just one more question because I'm curious. I get like high school. It's hard to deal with teenagers and know where they're at all the time. And I'm never going to be a parent to say what my kid won't do. But the elementary school, right? Like I'm confused on the disconnect there because school isn't optional. So
Right. Right. And so we file, so the filings that we do for the elementary kids, we're mainly talking to the parents because it's your job to get your kid to school. And but what we're finding, I've had to like cover for a lot of truancy officers in different districts, including Groveport. But what we're finding is that parents don't like they lack accountability, like they lack care and concern for school anymore. And so we do have to file educational neglect, call children's services, do all the things to make them take it seriously. And I don't know why they feel like that. I think it's just a societal issue. And so I it's always my push for like administrators like in the summertime send out stuff like engage these parents. That's the only way. I am a firm believer of engagement and in getting these parents into the schools, getting these kids into the schools. And so I think that as long as we continue to try to get them engaged, that's the only way that we're going to have them come into school every day.
And that's one of the reasons why we do habitual filing for middle, high, and neglect for the elementaries. More parent, of course, more parent focused, where we ask the children's services get involved. We make referrals, so we're not just we're not just truancy related. Our truancy officers, a lot of them have relationships with the families where they can say, okay, well, I've worked with you for 2 years, 3 years. What's going on? Let's try something different this year. As Destiny stated, that we try that tier one to try to get to them before they even hit that threshold. So just with the elementary, it's rough. Yeah.
I think one of the other things is a lot of these parents, we talk about the kids having mental health, but a lot of these parents have mental health. And so a lot of our truancy officers as well, like they will link the parents with mental health services if they, can admit that they're struggling. But the biggest thing for them in that first initial meeting, that first initial contact, they're trying to find out what's going on. Like, what are you struggling with? Well, how can I help you? How can I be there to assist you? Because we do know that the school gets overwhelmed with all of those students. So that's the biggest thing that we try to push for our truancy officers.
Well, thank you so
last
much.
question. I'm not gonna.
Oh,
When you see a reoccurring thing, do you guys report that to the school? Like, hey, 10 of your students are having this issue with the school or at home. Like, how do we identify common causes so that we can address it from our end?
Yeah. So the schools typically are good at notifying us because that's where we get all of our referrals from. So they will notify us, and I think Tabitha, Shamara, and Jonita, I think they all do a great job working with the administrators there and into identifying issues. And what we're finding is traditional school is not for everybody. And so even if we have to give out referrals to other options, like we want you in school somewhere.
Which we're not. We want them here.
We do want them here.
We want them here.
But we want them to be productive too. And if the kid is telling me like I don't like coming here every day, so what can we do to help you? I don't want to come to school. It's too crowded.
And kind of Mr. Gruber, basically like you were saying, after COVID, we seen the spike in mental health. Anxiety with 90% of the kids. Well, from being at home to all of a sudden I'm in the building again, and it's all we're getting a lot of that. The bullying, of course, just things that identifiers where we are trying to be proactive and say, okay, hey, what's like you said, going out in the summer. Hey, this year you had issues with, with food, yeah. So we had proposed that our truancy officers go out with some of the social workers, over the summer to say, okay, hey, before you get this, hey, what's going on? Hey, what can we help with?
Excuse me, Nate.
Another time.
Thank you. Sorry.
No worries.
Well, thank you so much for all that great information.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And you have a first and second.
Can I have a
Yes. If I have,
Ashley has a question.
I was
I have
actually
it
going
right.
to ask Miss Foster what her intake was when she's in the building, or Miss Decker, their feedback on it, because I didn't even know we had it, to be honest.
The truancy program.
Yeah, it's beneficial.
I mean, I don't have direct contact with the truancy. I don't even know if you still call them truancy officers, because clearly you're calling them something different right now. I definitely, our counselors and our social workers are doing a great job, in my opinion, of trying to do those interventions prior to the additional tier or level of truancy that needs to get involved. I think, you know, I'm a kindergarten teacher, so it's very different as a kindergarten teacher. It's not the child's fault that they're not coming to school. And so the elementary grades are a little bit different than the secondary grades versus, you know, the primary grades versus the intermediate grades, because they're subject to their parents getting them up, getting them to school, being responsible. But I would say when we see high levels of truancy, especially with our younger kids, that sets the wrong stage for being successful in school. So I'm always for any interventions that start at the lowest level where we can put a positive impact where they're wanting to be in school or getting to the root cause, and maybe support to the family, support to the parents. Because at the end of the day, if they're not in school, they're not learning. So, you know, and 5-year-olds aren't considered truant because legally they don't have to be in school yet. So if we're not even looking at them at 5 years old when we're setting those habits, that creates a problem as well. I think anytime we can intervene at the lowest level is always beneficial.
Thank you.
okay, I believe I have Mrs. Zimmer first and Mrs. Dowdelberger second on that one. We call the roll. Mrs. Dowdelberger.
Aye.
Mrs. Zimmer.
Aye.
Mrs. Herbert.
Aye.
Mrs. Walsh.
Aye.
Mr. Kirschner. Aye. Vote passes unanimously.
Thank you all for being here this evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you.
You as well.
Superintendent recommends Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the attached contract with EPS.
So
I so
moved.
move.
Second?
Latoya, did you get the first on that?
I did. We both said at the same time. Your call.
All right. So first is Latoya Dowdelberger. Second is Mrs. Herbert.
No, Miss Zimmer.
It says now summary. Somebody said 500.
I did the second,
Okay.
not Miss
I'm
Herbert.
sorry. I can't see you guys. All right. Thank you.
Nate, give us the 2-minute rundown, please.
Okay, I brought the contract with me, so I make sure I look over it with you. Mostly what this is monitoring for fire and alarm for all of our buildings, access control for our buildings, and camera licensing for our buildings. I looked up, I actually called them and I looked up last year's proposal, and it was $4,000 less than this, and that change is from the building at 4,500 and all of the services for that building: cameras, access control, fire and alarm.
Anyone have any questions for that? This is our typical contract that we have every year with this company, right?
Yeah, that's
Thank
correct.
you.
And it changes minorly year to year based on how many devices we have that they're supporting.
And it looks like the total amount is $54,898.98.
Yeah, and that is up from 5517.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah, so we're paying, tell me about the camera systems. Are they being remotely monitored?
So the camera systems, that is licensing for the software for the camera and support for the year. They do maintain and service our servers, and there's one in each building.
They do maintain and service what?
Our servers.
Okay. So the cameras, are they remotely monitored by them?
No.
So why aren't we managing our own cameras?
We do manage our own cameras. This is software licensing to use the cameras.
And what cameras?
And then a maintenance contract along with that. That's all the cameras in the district.
Are they Access?
There's a spread. Most of them were Access. Some of them are Bosch. Some of them are Sony from when we couldn't get access during COVID.
Okay.
There's 495, I think, cameras in the district, and over 100 of those are just at the high school.
So does this include, this company doesn't provide any sprinkler maintenance, or they do?
I don't think they do. I think we have a different company for that called FHS, if I'm remembering correctly.
FSP?
FSP.
Okay, thank you.
What is him again?
Thanks.
Any other questions?
All right. Mrs. Dowdellberger.
Aye.
Mrs. Zimmer.
Aye.
Mrs. Herbert.
Aye.
Mrs. Walsh.
Aye.
Mr. Kirschner. Aye. Motion passes unanimously.
The superintendent recommends the Groveport Madison School Board of Education approve the attached SRO MOUs with Groveport Madison Police Department and Madison Township Police Department.
So moved.
Ashley Zimmer moved. I will second. I guess I'll start off. I have a whole lot to say about this, and I'm glad our resource officers aren't here today. We have had a resource officer that, in my opinion, might even be responsible for us not having a principal, and one that has dispersed tear gas multiple times in a confined space while our principal's trying to de-escalate and restrain a student, and who I feel has escalated. These contracts do not allow for us to change SRO officers. It doesn't. These contracts do not allow for us to evaluate our SRO officers, and I think we need a big change. I think if it were me, there would be one SRO from each department, and then we would use private, well-trained security as much as possible, more skilled in de-escalation and more able to assist the staff with other enforcement and disciplinary items. And honestly, in talking to the chief at Groveport, we don't get the best. We don't get their best. The best don't want to do it, and we don't get a lot of choices. And I think we need to make a change for the safety of our employees and our students. Quite frankly, I've watched the videos and I've seen escalation instead of de-escalation. I've seen not fit for duty, in my opinion. There's people, if somebody's got your back, I want them to be able to have your back, and I don't think we get that. So I am very much opposed to 4 SRO officers with some of the ones that we have presented to us, and I don't think if we can't change them with our abilities here through this contract, then I would say hire less and let's hire private officers that we can have greater control and training and expectations of an interview, and make sure they're motivated that way. I'm going to say the other thing is, so in some instances you get SRO officers that are born bred and want to be SRO officers, and in some cases you get people that are biding their time to the end of their retirement, and I think we're not getting exactly what we should be getting right now. So that's my opinion on this matter.
Would we be able to meet with a representative from the elementary school, a representative from the middle school, as well as the high school, in regards to their opinion of the SROs before we vote on this?
Sure.
Just that we would get feedback from their mouths versus hearsay, in my opinion.
And is there any, feedback from the building principals? I don't know if they've ever been included. I know this day to day, but have the schools been included in the evaluation process for SROs?
No, and if you look at the contract, the selection and the evaluation and what our proposed contracts have are with the police departments, not us. I will tell you that it wasn't any type of a formal poll, but I wanted to get some feedback, so I emailed all the head principals and just asked about this, because I knew the topic might come up tonight. In general terms, younger grades are less dependent on the police officers than what the older grades are. There was a mix of different kinds of feedback, but if we wanted to put a group together to come in and talk, you could hear some things firsthand and more of an interactive experience. There are some pros. Just a few things: presence of law enforcement of schools, safety education, school safety planning as far as training drills, practice, crisis response, district communication with first responders. Now, I'm not saying we wouldn't have this without SROs. Assistance with traffic and arrival dismissal and coverage at athletic events, special events, graduation support. And obviously, when Mr. Kirshner just said that, I kind of realized that was one of the many things that Paul used to do was get our SROs for board meetings. So I need to take note of that to get that taken care of. There were other feedback also, and many of the comments from the principals said, and I'm paraphrasing, we like our police officers. If we have to choose between an instructional staff or a police officer, if we're looking at reductions, they're always going to side with the instructional staff.
Could you restate that?
Yes. So again, I'm paraphrasing in general terms, but I didn't ask the question this way, but they said if we have to choose between an SRO or an instructional staff person, we're going to side with instructional staff. In other words, some of the people said, if I have to choose between, for instance, a title teacher or an SRO, I'm going to choose a title teacher.
For what?
If we're talking about reductions or cuts. I didn't ask it that way, but they were saying if I was a forced choice.
You know, and I'm not suggesting a reduction in security. I'm actually just suggesting what I believe would be a higher level. We're paying a really good price for these officers, and so I think, quite frankly, for that money, you could possibly get people more wired towards education. More, if you look at, you know, the goal is to have a higher educated individual, right? I mean, that is the goal of SR. If we look at our policies or our goal, that I think we could get higher educated. I think we could probably get maybe better trained, maybe be more physically fit. I think if we put it out there, I think it would be worth it to be able to select a couple people that would de-escalate better, that would protect better. Like I said, you know, and I do think there's probably some documentation towards some of the issues, right, as far as what we're talking about. So, you know, I'm not calling out any names, but you know, and you mentioned the football games, and I can draw a direct coalition there. If you correlation, excuse me, not coalition, correlation. If Josh Short goes under the bleachers with his whistle, they disperse and they stop. And then I see officers who do what they call a leg sweep, and they end up on the ground, not the kid. So that's the difference I'm talking about. Is just, this is a job protecting our principals, protecting our staff, protecting the students, which can be very physical and also very mental. And I just want the best of the best doing it. And I think we do need resource officers. I think having somebody from Groveport and somebody from Madison Township is ideal. But I can tell you, from what I understand, there's a new chief, so maybe there's a new idea. But from what I understand from the chiefs, they're not lining up to be resource officers, and we're not going to get anything different unless we come up with something different on our own.
So with that, have you had a meeting with, you know, when we're looking at our safety plans and things, have you met with the township or city council recently before these contracts came to the board?
Paul does. He with
Okay.
safety security. He meets with them.
And so before these contracts came, was there any, you know, concern, or what was say, like, I guess that's my question. Like, we already know that there was you kind of did your informal survey. Was that kind of discussed prior to this coming, or you're not sure?
I'll have to follow up with him.
Okay. Then another thing is, since we do have these before us, I don't know where we will land as far as recommendations to table or not, but I would want to ask, because of the climate of things, as you mentioned in the contract, when it talks about the selection process for some of these, is that language just been the standard? Have we ever challenged it? Have we questioned it? Have we asked for a compromise? Because I would like to see where it be agreed upon. Not, you know, I think we've done what we've done because we did it that way. But now having a say in the conversation and having input and weight on the performance, and input where it's an agreed upon selection.
So I will confirm with Paul. My understanding is when we asked about this before, it was because of the police association had procedures for bidding on jobs that we weren't allowed to have say in selection. But I'll have to confirm that.
Finally, I'm sorry,
Yeah, I was going to do a follow up, so if we could get that, what that is in writing, and then if there's any exceptions, because this is not necessarily their site. It's this is like a contract for them to come work for someone. It's work for hire, so it's not like it's you get this precinct, that precinct is different. So I would think I would like to see what the exceptions are with the union, if any, but if there isn't, then there isn't. But I would think it's not like an assignment per se. And do they do all their other assignments the same way? Okay. She said if it's contractual.
If they bid on positions for their
Mhm.
contract, then then if you're asking for them to do something outside of what's usually negotiated, you're creating an unfair labor practice.
And that's probably then what they're talking about with their contract.
You're probably having
The pushback. Okay. That makes sense. So that just for those that are listening, we have our union rep here, and she was saying if we are asked, right, our union rep from GMLEA, let me be clear, but she was just talking about with the master agreement and how the similarities would be if it's contractual. If we try to circumvent that, we would be creating an unfair labor practice within their organization. So that is probably why we can't make those changes. So then back to John's point, if we, looking at other means of security instead.
My statement has nothing to do with the SRO officers. I think they're needed and necessary. But I do agree with what John said. Yes, people, believe it or not, I agree with John. De-escalation is a skill that every
Mark the time.
Yeah, mark it.
10:36.
John.
10:36, June 2nd.
And I agree too. So I agree. I'm with you.
It's important that they do have that skill set they're going to be working within our district with our kids and with our families, because anyone, no matter what their agreement is with us, we want them to embody our same principles and values. And I have seen situations where it started at a 10 and it didn't have to go there. We could have met somewhere, kind of talked through it just respectfully and got the thing resolved without escalating it all the way to a problematic and a poor reflection on the district. And if we're going to have people in those positions, then they need to carry our values. So I think if we could have a discussion on how we could have more input in that, or if people are put and we don't agree with their actions, how we could get replacements or something, if that's an option.
Actually, do you have any comments?
Nope.
Okay, I agree 100% with what Deanna said.
I had one.
Mark that. Y'all heard that.
And
I had one last.
so
I had
I'm
one last
speaking.
item. I'm sorry.
I'm speaking right now.
Oh,
I'm talking right now into the microphone. So I also have a question about the contract, because like our contract, there's no cap on the district's financial obligation in the contract with them at 70% of the salary. We have no cap, whatever their salary is. To me, that is not a good clause. And they have, which we've all said, they have sole control over the personnel decisions. So there's that automatic renewal forever unless we give notice. That's kind of a problem. And there's undefined additional cost. So I think we need to look at the contract overall in general too, about what all it's telling us we have to do. Substitute coverage is not guaranteed. If they're not there, there's no guarantee that they have to provide a substitute. It's just they're not there. Operational issues are left for future agreements. I would like to see you look at the contract a little harder and I think they're both identical, right? And they just say different names. Go ahead, John. That's all.
Sorry about that, Kathy. So the final thought I have is, as we've learned from Canal Winchester with the sheriff's department that they use, I think possibly Franklin County Sheriff may also offer us a greater depth when you talk about substitution, and a greater depth when you talk about selecting resource officers, because they obviously have way more officers than both of these police forces combined. So I think there may be an opportunity to expand and include the county, which also has K9 units and other resources that we currently don't have. But additionally, I know with the Canal Winchester contract for general policing, they get 3 officers no matter what. And with Groveport and the township, they're always struggling to, at least the township's always struggling to have 2 or 3 officers even on the road, because they're always on vacation and the vacation takes away. With the county, it doesn't matter. If they have 3 officers on vacation, they got 3 more to send in behind them. So I think Franklin County is also somebody we should engage with this issue, and they may have some shining stars waiting for us that maybe are the kind of person we're looking for, maybe actually are hoping to be SROs.
So I've heard a couple things I want to summarize. One is getting a group of representatives from the different grade levels for feedback. And do we want that with the board members?
I was gonna say, could I do a motion to postpone it till either after we meet with building administrators, or if it's not too far out, August 4th, so it's done before the school year starts, as well as reach out to Franklin County Sheriff.
Yep. And so I want to keep going. The questions we need to ask are.
Could you wait 1 minute?
I'll second the motion.
We have a motion.
Second.
We have a motion, and
I second it.
thank you. Motion by Ashley to postpone.
And do you need the language for the motion?
Um,
I can read the caption back to you.
Second. This will down over here. Okay.
Or do you want to read your
Wait,
motion?
hold on. I think I can see it. Postpone until either after we meet with the building administrators or August 4th. Does August 4th cause you a problem?
I think the police departments will say August 4th would be way too late for them to have somebody. If we decided on August 4th to have somebody signed up, ready to go bid on the position, if it's a bid process or selected for the position, they're going to say that's a quick turnaround time. We probably wouldn't be able to do that.
Well, the next meeting's July 14th. Would that be better?
Will that work?
I think July 14th works for me. I'll see what the police department.
Well, what? Okay, so do you oh my gosh, do you want to amend your motion, Ashley, to July 14th?
I want to make sure we hear from the building administrators before we make a decision.
Did that come through at all?
But I can amend it to July 14th. Or
So you're going to withdraw your motion or start a new one. Would that be all right? Because that'll be easier all the way around. Then we'd have to vote on amending your motion. That had the first.
I will
and
withdraw
second.
it and just postpone it to the 14th.
Yeah.
Second.
Okay, so I have
Thank
written
you.
down motion to postpone until July 14th to allow feedback from building administration.
She wants to meet with, right?
I'm just doing until July 14th because there is no guarantee we're going to be able to meet with administrators before then. And if we need an SRO, we need it. So we got to have a definite date.
Can you slow down and say that for me again, Ashley?
I'm just doing it, postponing it to the 14th and not doing any clauses on it because there is no guarantee we can meet with the administrators.
Okay, so you're
And
just,
we
your
have to have
motion
it.
is as simple as to postpone till July 14th.
Exactly.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor by Ashley Zimmer and a second by Latoya Alderberger to postpone to July 14th. Can we go to vote on that before you carry on? Can we vote on that before you carry
Yes.
on? All right.
And at the July 14th meeting, Jamie, can you make sure we have people here who we can talk to address the other, to hear what their comments are and pull on and give us a thoughts on that? And we can talk to them directly here at the board meeting. Would that be good? Would the rest of the board like that?
I don't know that we can.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes.
Me of all people, what if we called a meeting of the whole, a special meeting, just for the simple feedback from people to get them to come in and let the board hear from them directly, like a single topic. Just
What if we had at least two of us have policy meeting that was scheduled the last Thursday. Uh, the last Thursday is the Tuesday, I'm sorry, is the 30th of June. That gives you exactly 4 weeks. There's 5 Tuesdays in this month.
So you're suggesting,
Actually, I have maybe even another idea. What if, because people are going to be going off duty at different times, what if I did a Google meeting with all the administrators and recorded it and shared that with the board? And then they're not dependent on people coming in for a meeting and schedules.
That sounds
I could
good.
schedule a meeting, do a Google Meet, ask a series of questions like open-ended, get their feedback. And if you had any individual questions you wanted me to ask, send it to me. I could ask those questions, I could record it, and then you could all watch it at your leisure to see feedback from different people.
My only question is that since we're potentially talking about specific officers, is there going to be any issues with public records?
Well, I don't think we have to mention them. I don't think we have to mention them by name, but I think it's already,
I feel it's going to come up.
yeah.
That was a polite way of saying that.
I have another idea, and that is going back to the committee of the whole or a whole board meeting, but also making it a community roundtable and bringing in maybe Obetz Police, Groveport Police, Madison Township Police, and the county, and just having a roundtable with everybody involved.
I don't think that's a good idea at this point. Personally, I think we need to speak with our staff where they feel they can openly speak without any repercussions, because standing in a room and trashing an officer can be rather intimidating.
Well,
Just
I don't
saying.
think it's one or the other. Actually, I think he can do what he's talking about. But as far as us expressing the district expressing to the different parties what our concerns are and seeing what's available, that's outside of that scope. So I think one doesn't supersede the other. I think you do the Google Meets. I'm just saying this is a pretty high value proposition for the safety of our staff and students. So why not just do a community roundtable, bring the players in, the chiefs, the city council if they want to come, the township trustees if they want to come, the county if they want to come, and just express what our goals are and see if they have anything more to offer and see what they can come up with. I just think it might do a lot of good things for us, just bringing the community together and also letting us shed light on what our options actually are. Because we might have, it just occurred to me now, we might have resources through Obetz, we might have resources through the sheriff that we would never even know as we go through this process. If all we're doing is taking feedback from the staff and they don't even know eventually that, hey, there's this option, maybe there's an option with the sheriff's department, maybe there's an option with this alternate police department.
Jamie was going to reach out to the sheriff's department, just for the record.
Could you repeat that, Ashley?
Jamie was going to reach out to the sheriff's department before we do anything.
I had that on my list of things to do, to contact them. Yes.
Can you finish what you were saying about what you were hearing and kind of go over that, and then maybe we can put a pin in it?
Well, we have a motion to postpone. Do you want to go ahead and finish that?
I think we're throwing out more things, but I think he had some ideas on how he was going to proceed, given the feedback we gave.
Which I was just going to kind of summarize my takeaways, but contact Groveport, Madison Township. I just added Obetz on the Franklin County Sheriff's Office. And I don't know if I need to do any footwork with private security staff or not, but that was one of the notes I had written. We need to find out if we can be involved in the selection of the officer. Do we know if there's any replacement clause or evaluation part of this as far as the role of a resource officer? Trying to read my writing here. I'm sorry. Oh, removal of a percentage of the cost and go to a fixed cost model, and substitute coverage being part of it. And then the original thing that I started with, you wanted feedback from the building administrators by the different grade levels about what their needs are, what they see, what they would like. So that's what I had for my takeaways to do.
Yeah, another one I was thinking is I don't think there's anything in there for performance standard. So we should probably have that in there, that we want them to have de-escalation training with adolescents specifically, you know.
There is required SRO training that's in both of the contracts that they need to do.
Yes.
Yeah, I saw that, but it seemed to be pretty limited, and obviously it's not effective. De-escalation, at least, hasn't been effective from what I've seen on the videos that I've seen. It's been the opposite. So everybody likes the idea of the video that Jamie proposed?
I don't have a problem with it. It's a time saver, maximizing technology, and we're able to get things moving.
It's fine with me.
And if we can board members send you questions that they may have? And everybody, do you want to have a date set for that, like next week or whatever?
Yeah, I'll send an email out to all the board members asking for questions, and I'll create a big list of questions. We'll want to have this meeting sometime next week before people start going off duty on vacations.
That'd be great. And then you said you were going to reach out to the different law enforcement. Did you say OBEDs also?
I don't.
John had
I don't
mentioned
even know if
OBEDs.
they have jurisdiction, but they're
Yeah,
it
looked like it
a
said
portion
that,
of their
but I don't know.
portion of their student population is in our schools, but I don't know how that affects it. I know Fairfield does Canal, so, and Franklin County, so I'm not sure how jurisdiction works, but I'm sure Jamie will find out in short order.
And then Jamie, you'll share what you find with the board on that, right?
Yep.
Okay. And then we'll discuss it, postpone it until the motion is to postpone until July 14th. Any other questions or comments for Jamie? Can we have roll call, please? On the motion to postpone until July 14th.
Yep, roll call. Mrs. Dallberger.
Aye.
Mrs. Zummer.
Aye.
Mrs. Herbert.
Aye.
Mrs. Walsh.
Aye.
Mr. Kirschner, aye. Motion to postpone till July 14th, passed unanimously.
Superintendent recommends the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the attached rental agreement with Pitney Bowes.
So move.
Second.
Was that you, Kathy?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There's Mrs. Walsh.
Does anybody have any questions or concern about the Pitney Bowes? Is this the standard contract we do every year again, isn't it? Yes. Roll call.
All right. Mrs. Dallberger.
Aye.
Mrs. Zimmer.
Aye.
Mrs. Herbert.
Aye.
Mrs. Walsh.
Aye.
Mr. Kirschner, aye. Motion passes. Let's not go back into executive session again.
And we're now on to, it says J, but I think it would be to K probably. Board members' comments and announcements and brief comments from board members. Announcements and brief comments. Subject 1.
I do have a comment. I know I'm not a board member. Nate and I visited Canal Winchester City Council chambers and saw their AV system. And I think we were looking for, we've seen what they have, and we're still waiting to get some information from the tech director there, some details. But I guess what we're thinking is we know we need to do it for in here, an executive session room, and we want to basically put a scope of work together to go out to bid. And because we need to do this for accommodation, yes, we're going to be spending some money, but we think it's important to do this so people can hear and be able to interpret what's going on. And so I guess I'm seeing some nods here, but we're looking for that direction and clarification to go ahead and move forward to do that.
Yeah, and I provided a scope.
And when I spoke with Mr. Brown, he was going to send me the company that they consulted with to build that proposal. So we can.
Mr. Brown.
He's the tech director over at Canal City.
The company that they consulted with to build the proposal for Canal Winchester.
Yeah,
that's what I sent you.
Right. I was going to reach out to that company to have them help expand that proposal to fit our space.
Okay.
Or ask if that is an appropriate next step.
So I'm confused. Technology Service Pros is my company.
Yes.
So you're going to ask them if I can develop a spec?
When you and I spoke with Steve, you said that you didn't build the proposal, you put the system in.
No, you misunderstood. That the entire system was mine. What I was expressing to you was I had nothing to do with who they selected for closed captioning. The entire system is my build, but I gave you the scope already. Okay. So, and I'm happy to help.
Yeah.
I can't, but I just can't, you can't hire me, obviously.
Right.
So
I misunderstood. I thought there was a third party that they had worked with and then
so I'll
bid
be
the job
happy
to.
I'll be happy. You have the equipment list, you have the scope, and I'll be happy to help in any way I can.
So they're going to help with the captioning. We're going to have real-time captioning. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, in addition to the system that they have, we would need to add closed captioning.
Their closed captioning works way better, and it's just a matter of the system working way better. That's all it is. They're using YouTube closed captioning just like we are, but it works better because people are speaking more clearly, I think, and the mic's picking up better.
The system probably
does it identify the speaker, have punctuation, not be a wall of text?
Yeah.
Perfect. All right. Any other comments?
One thing I'll just say, and this is certainly not my area of expertise. They have a screen at each station, and there's a ledge, which I'm assuming that ledge helps with the directional sound part of this.
No, the sound is coming off of the backside of big ceiling speakers aimed out towards the audience.
No, I don't mean projecting the sound. I mean the mic's picking up the sound. Do we need to have a ledge, a larger ledge? Does that have any impact at all? Don't know.
I just think the system has better feedback control and higher gain before feedback.
Okay.
I want to say thank you for offering the moment of silence, as well as for the family for our student. We got an email tonight too, and I wanted to thank our district and those social workers that volunteered to provide those resources. And a shout out to the community leader, Miss Addie Red, who has been doing some great work with the it's a summer camp along with Change City Church and Multiply.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you, point of order, because it says shout out to the community member, Miss Eddie Ray, who is annoying. And I'm sure that's not what you said, but that's what everybody's reading online right now.
Eddie Ray, who is amazing. Is that what you said? I'm sorry.
So could you go back and repeat that, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
So, in the unfortunate tragic passing of one of our students, we have had some things going on in the Independence Village area, and wanted to give a kudos and a thank you first to our social workers and staff for resources that they've put together and are constantly putting together to support our students and families. Second, to Miss Addie Red, who is a community member out in Independence, doing the work with our students as well and the families in that community, and the Change City Church, who has offered a camp there, which I stopped by today. We also had some educators out there wrapping their arms around the students. So, I mean, this is their time off. So the fact that they still showed up was huge, and I want to thank them as well. And this is what it looks like when everyone chips in, does their part. And wanted to just mention that I did reach out to just wanted the board to know, to the Columbus City Council, as well as I believe there's a bridge that can be built between the school and other municipalities where our students and families live. So I have reached out to City Councilman Mr. Shannon Hardin, Council President, excuse me, as that is his district as well, to see what we could talk about resources and things like that, as well as our state rep and the county commissioners. So that way we can have a comprehensive wraparound, not just like a drop in and then just be gone, because this could have a long-term effect for those families, with this being at the beginning of the summer. So I just wanted the rest of the board to know of my efforts, and feel free yourselves to reach out to those same parties. You know, many hands make labor light. That's an old African proverb. And I think the more of us that speak out and use our voice beyond the board here as elected officials to collaborate with those other elected officials, we can get our students and families what they need across all municipalities. So I just wanted to provide that input to the rest of the board, and thank Mr. Grube and our incoming Student Services Director, Mr. Martin, on the work that they're doing and the work that they've currently done.
With regards to the possible changes, are we able to apply for any grants to help offset the costs of that?
Which changes are you referring to? I can certainly look. I
can look too.
Oh,
I wasn't meaning just you. I just wasn't sure if it would qualify for anything given the.
If it did, you know, it's maybe unique enough that it would qualify for.
That's
some
what I
type
was
of
thinking.
Funding. Yeah.
To try and offset the cost a little bit. And then at the first May meeting, I was not able to attend, but I had sent a request to all the board members to request to meet with a parent in our community in executive session. So I just want to go on record requesting to have that meeting at the next board meeting if possible, unless anyone objects.
I don't have an objection. And thank you for sending your email.
Are there any other comments?
I'll try to make it brief. So I want to piggyback what Latoya said about the tragic loss within our community. It impacted me. I didn't know the student personally, but my players on my team actually was friends with the young lady, and seeing the impact on their faces impacted me tremendously. And having the thought of what that family is experiencing is just unimaginable. So my heart goes out to them and prayers for their strength. Switching gears a little bit, since we haven't been here for a few weeks, graduation was lit. Um, enjoyed seeing the family celebrate those accomplishments. And it doesn't bother me the exaggerated celebrations because we don't know what it took for that child to cross that stage. And it takes moms, dads, grandmothers, grandfathers, neighbors, cousins, aunts, uncles, brothers, sisters. It takes a whole village to make sure we're putting our kids in a position to be successful. So kudos to all the families and all our graduates. It was just good seeing the joy that they had. That's it. Oh, and just the flag that the district is giving out free lunch for those that may need it. So just putting that on the radar that take advantage of that resource.
Could you restate that last part?
The district is providing free lunch for students.
Oh, thank you. Right, the flag came up, just something on the flag.
Yes, it's just the flag. So
Sometimes the closed captioning gets me. Thank you so much.
And we also received an email at the beginning of the board meeting asking if we could attend the celebration of our student. So I would appreciate if we could come together as a group and all attend. I think it would raise support quite a
And
bit.
I forwarded it to you too, because I think it just came to the board, Jamie. So then that way you have that. I also wanted to piggyback on what Ms. Herbert said about graduation. And this year, since it's like my third time or so, I actually took a different seat and I took video of pictures of watching the teachers and the educators who were selected to give the diploma. And I went back and watched those and just like, wow, it was a different view to see. They were just as excited, or if not more, than the student receiving their diploma. And that's who Groveport is. And I think that just kind of took me back to when I graduated and what I went through. I was that student that I had to have everybody, to get me through and then do the whole Army thing. But I just think it was really good to see that and experience that. And I wanted to get that over to Ty. So I think that's another way when we go out and do recruitment, that is what people need to see, that part where educators are connecting with those students when they're graduating. And then lastly, I have a list of things that I've compiled because I have little smaller kids, and the summer reading is kicking off, and they have like these great ways to do things electronically. We've got the Canal Branch that's open, and their kickoff celebration at the main library is June 6th, this Saturday. And I've went inaugurally because of my mom when I was a little kid, and I volunteered at the library because I love books. So I wanted to make sure that we knew that. And then also the Gateway Film Center. If you have a library card, Sundays, free movies at 1, you can get up to 4 tickets on one library card. And so as long as you have a Columbus, you can go to the Gateway Film Center. And I know transportation may be a challenge for some of us, but if I just wanted to at least put it out there so someone can make it, it's a free way to do something with your kids. I know times are tough, money's tough, gas is high, $1 trillion for some gas right now. So it wouldn't hurt to have may spend the gas, but it's not going to cost you to go to the movies to see some great shows. We got like Fern Gully, some old ones, Iron Giant, and I think it's running all the way through the summer. So just wanted to put that out there and shout out to Donna and Larry James Foundation and the board at the Gateway Film Center for partnering with Columbus City, the Columbus Library.
Pizza Hut has a reading program, and if you read, you get a free pizza each month. Personal pizza. Hamilton Road participates too. Just throwing it out there.
You probably need to get Ty to reach out to the moms here on the board so we can give him a good list of stuff to put out. Seriously, because like we're doing it for our kids, and I don't know if it's getting out there, and we can make sure the families know of all the free opportunities and things that they can get. Even the library thing is free to sign up online. You don't have to go into the branch anymore and get your little paper and go in and get it stamped. It's all electronic through your library card, and you set up your account. So I just wanted to, because it kicks off on the 13th, if I'm not mistaken, the points and stuff, but you can sign up now. But the big kickoff is there. Canal has a celebration. There's individual small kickoffs as well throughout the county.
All right, now we'll make a motion to adjourn.
So moved. Or second, rather, because you made the motion. Kathy.
All right. Mr. Delliver.
Aye.
Mrs. Leonard.
Aye.
Mrs. Harper.
Aye.
Mrs. Walsh.
Aye.
And Mr. Avery.
11:10.